is certainly, as mentioned, very important to us. When we were looking at our lease at Shaker Square over a year ago now with new ownership and talking about a path forward, what Tanya mentioned before on a lot of basic deferred maintenance that had been ignored for a very long time was really important to us, and ultimately now we're really thankful has gotten done. We used to have water pouring onto our sales floor. The parking lot had not been done in years, so now we're at a place where a lot of this has been addressed in a really important way, as well as the HVAC units. So that's great as a first step. When we were discussing with ownership what else it would take for us to extend our lease at the square, which was set to expire in December of this year, we talked about the importance to us of, as the city is investing in broader initiatives at the square, we wanted to, in the store, be able to make a difference for our customers. And ultimately, what that came down to was this concept of ownership spends a certain amount, we spend a certain amount, to be able to change that shopping experience for the community. So part of the broader reinvestment that's happening in the square could also be felt to our customers and honestly, hopefully be able to drive additional foot traffic to the square and to our store. In a world, in our business, where frankly every sales dollar matters, it's important for us to be able to show the customer that we're keeping the experience fresh and exciting. So the monies being discussed today are part of that arrangement that was entered into. Some of the things that we plan to do are the flooring throughout the store is really in need of replacement. We want to change our decor and signage package in the store to freshen it up. That's something that customers really notice, and we have a package that we've done elsewhere that customers really like. We're going to increase our prepared foods operation and add our Dave's Sub Shop program, which is very popular. And we're also going to be putting in some new cases throughout the store where it needs it. And so do appreciate your consideration. I'm glad to answer any questions. And thank you again for having me.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Director, anything else from the administration or guests?
I think, Director, if you want to touch on the CBA. Here you go.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Just wanted to go over the CBA, the Community Benefits Agreement for Shaker Square as a whole, and this Dave's project is a part of it. Within this CBA, Shaker Square has agreed to 20% MBE, 10% FBE, and 10% CSB for the minority and small business participation throughout the entire project. We've also agreed with the 20% Fannie Lewis rule, so they are well on their way to obtaining that goal. Additionally, let's see here, they've agreed to mentor protege. Mentor protege is part of the legislation, and so they will be mentoring two smaller organizations in the contracting industry, so they've committed to that. Also, they will have an intern on the, as part of this CBA, the larger CBA, so that's also part of the legislation. So we've also agreed to a workforce development agreement where Shaker Square has agreed to put in front of the merchants, the workforce, Ohio Means Jobs, to give them first consideration for jobs that are going to be hired or potentially hired in the, within the project. And lastly, well, not lastly, but they've also done something gone outside of the Community Benefits Agreement, and I really applaud them. They've hired a real estate management company, MBE, to manage the whole project, the tenant portion of the project. So that was an additional benefit. And also, I want to point out they've also provided cash infusions to small businesses that have been struggling. So they have done that. They've committed to do at least three of those businesses to provide cash infusions, which is definitely outside of the CBA, and so we really appreciate that. They've also agreed to community engagement, meeting before, during, and after the entire project, and so that has been going smoothly. And lastly, continuous reporting with OEO. So we are happy with the community benefits agreement and moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And as I say to the administration on community benefits, maintaining a grocery store in the city of Cleveland is a community benefit on its own.
On its own, yes.
So I would just add that as well.
That's a good point.
All right. I'm going to start with Councilman Anthony Hairston, who chairs the Development Committee. Councilman Hairston, are you supportive of this piece?
Yes, Mr. Chair, fully support. Was briefed on the aspects of the deal. You know, this is something that is near and dear to not only the administration, but the Cleveland City Council as well, and fully support the piece. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Gray, this is in your ward. Any comments?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Thank you, Chair. I fully support this piece. It is in Ward 4. All the residents in Ward 4 and, and elsewhere, support Dave's Supermarket. So, yes, I support the piece. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman. Alrighty, going to my list, and I know that Council President Griffin is very supportive of this piece as well. He's a co-sponsor. Councilman Mike Plensick.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues, and to all who's here at the table. I too want to be supportive of the piece, but I also want to direct some comments to the administration as well, and to Dave's. And I would be less than, I would be remiss if I didn't express my disappointment with Dave's pulling out of Collinwood. Major disappointment to our community. I'd worked with your grandfather 38 years ago to bring that Dave's into Collinwood. So for you to leave did not make many of us warm and fuzzy in the community. And then the prospect, or excuse me, Payne Avenue withdrawal, and then the withdrawal from another location within the city of Cleveland. Central. So that was of great concern. It has been of great concern. And so, we have this council has gone above and beyond the call of duty to help the Shaker Square complex, and I support that. But I want to direct my comments to the administration here today. We are confronted with, as I sit here, we are losing Rite Aids, we are losing CVS's, we are about to lose Walgreens in the city. We have food deserts throughout the east side of the city. And what I'm looking for and what I'm hoping to hear at some point from the administration, a game plan as to what are we going to do here? We cannot continue to operate like this. We cannot continue to have people at the mercy of these corner stores, which we refer to in many of our neighborhoods as the Dr. Seuss stores that sell the green eggs and ham, okay? That's not acceptable to us. Or the dollar stores. It's not acceptable to us because they don't maintain their stores. They don't maintain the insides. They sell inferior products. We've talked about it at this table, about the dollar stores, the Dollar General stores, Family Dollar, et cetera. But you're asking us again for $250, which I'm here to support. I'm here to support. But there's a bigger problem here. Right. There's a much bigger problem here, and I don't really hear what the game plan is. So I know you're here as acting director today, and so I'm not here to belabor you with it. But somebody's going to have to come back to us. Somebody has to start coming up with a game plan here. What are we going to do in these neighborhoods? Because if nothing, you're not going to have nothing in these neighborhoods. You're going to have. We're losing banks. Now I've been informed by members that work for the United States Post Office. They're looking at They're looking at branches again, closing branches again in the city. So you drive these neighborhoods, and I'm talking specifically the east side. What is the game plan? And I don't see it, and I don't hear it. And I'm not going to remain, I'm not here to be, I want to be supportive, but there comes a point where the rubber's got to meet the road here. So that's what I'm saying. So I don't care whoever wants to respond to it, but that's where I'm at. And I'm as serious as a stuff. We cannot continue to see disinvestment and abandonment, and then the quote-unquote trendy neighborhoods get the attention or get the support. Okay, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Director, can you speak to the supermarket and other necessities approach from the administration? And I'm curious, too, if I can expand on that. This seems like a great model where responsible nonprofit takes over and is able to work with it, opposed to the Collinwood issue, which I understand was a terrible landlord that was a big part of that. So can you speak to?
Yes, through the chair. Councilman, I completely hear you. It's certainly a conversation that I know is being had, and a game plan is being worked on. I know, that the grocery, business is a challenging one, and but it's certainly one that I know that the administration is focusing on solving for. And, I think just yesterday being involved in conversations about figuring out small format grocery stores and, so it's certainly a conversation that's being had. I'm not, I think I can get back to you with specifics, but yeah.
Thank you. Director Maness, can you speak to the nonprofit model and why that may be different from a for-profit landlord?
Yeah, I appreciate that. And through the chair to Councilman Plensick, I think you're right to be raising the alarm. In cities across the country, we're seeing this, and it is absolutely affecting our neighborhoods. The anchors are grocery stores, Rite Aids, Walgreens, banks. I think the steps that the city is taking, and in partnership with organizations like mine and others, to focus on how you strengthen main streets, how you strengthen the adjoining neighborhoods by doing the kind of investments that City Council has sponsored in, first some of the middle neighborhoods like yours in Collinwood, in the Lee Harvard area in West Park, are a first step where you focus on very specific nodes that you can make strategic investments in and build off of, because that's really how we do this. I think to the nonprofit model, it is really helpful when you have community development corporations in neighborhoods that can build businesses, build relationships, with smaller businesses and smaller property owners for what the assistant director was talking about here, for smaller format groceries and other sorts of businesses. I think the steps that you're taking, though, today, and you have been, to shore up our local partners. I don't know that we're going to get the large chains to really respond in the way we need to in our neighborhoods. And so building up and supporting our local grocers like Dave's and others like Constantino's is really the key, I think, to the vibrancy of our neighborhoods. And you can do that in partnership with community development corporations.
Thank you, Director. Appreciate that. All righty. Thank you, Councilman Palencia. Councilman Conwell.
Thank you very much. I got a couple of questions. Why did, to the chair, to David Salzman, you guys pulled out of, is that Harbor Park? Harbor Park. And that really hurt the neighborhood, hurt the community, and the reason why. Was it shrinkage? You didn't control your P&L, or what? What was the reason? Safety?
So at the time when we closed that location and our Payne Avenue location, we moved down the street to Midtown, and to be honest, made a very, very, very significant investment in the city at that point in time. The location that you're referring to in Central, just candidly, we lost a lot of money for a lot of years. And
Shrinkage. You said shrinkage?
shrinkage was certainly part of it,
Okay.
but just the overall P&L, the sales and the expenses at that location led to my family losing a lot of money for a lot of years. And so with all due respect to to everything everyone's saying here, because I appreciate the comments, I just want to reemphasize, we have 7 locations in the city. We're here to work with you all, but I do want to be honest that it is a very, very challenging business. We have stores right now where sales are down double digits because of several factors. And the most important factor, people, many of our customers, your residents, don't have the money, and that's the most important thing in terms of them being able to put food on their table. My business is secondary to that. I'm just saying that people having less with food stamps, with SNAP, and otherwise makes it very tough for a full-service grocery store with union labor, where we pay benefits to our associates, to be able to make the math work. These stores need a lot of volume to make the economic picture work. And so, again, I guess taking it full circle, at that location, we lost a lot of money for a lot of years. That was not we had a couple bad years and decided to make a change. And I do want to reemphasize, too, there, that when we did that, we invested significantly and will have big-time loans that our family is going to be paying off for many, many years associated with the Midtown location at Chester and 61st. And we're very proud of that store and proud to be there. But I just want to reemphasize that making an investment like that and taking a chance to do something like that, I don't think there's a lot of other grocers lining up to do that at the present time. And again, I'm not here to pat us on the back or anything else like that, but I just want to be honest. It's a challenging model, and we're proud to be a part of Shaker Square and the other neighborhoods that we're a part of. But just a little bit of context to answer your question.
Now I look at it when I walk into the store. The store, through the chair to Dave Saltzman, on Shaker, I look at your torts. I do. And I look at your shrinkage over there. How's the shrinkage there? What's going on in that store? Are you making a profit? And I know your profit margin is very, very thin. Very, very thin. And if your shrinkage outweigh that, that hurts. Through the chair to David.
Fair question. It's a challenge at that store. We have round-the-clock security at that store to try to manage it, which is another very expensive line item for us. We're basically paying someone to stand by the door to try to make sure that full carts of groceries aren't going out the door that aren't paid for. So we do okay. I think part of what we've talked to ownership about is trying to build that top-line sales level, and we think at this point the best way to do that is to put some money back into the store. Yeah, it's not easy.
Yeah, I see it when I walk in. I take a look. Automatically, my mind look just because, you know what I'm saying? And I see your profit margin and all that kind of stuff, what you're doing. But through the chair, I listened to Tyson discuss the community benefit agreement with your purchasing and procurement with African Americans, minorities. I didn't hear Director Tyson discuss that in the community benefit agreement.
Director?
Through the chair to the councilperson, particularly on the Dave Supermarket additions or remodel, it's mainly equipment purchases. So we don't put goals particularly on that. That is kind of hard to find. We don't have enough suppliers or minority or female suppliers to do that. So those goals, we don't have goals on primarily equipment purchases, and that's what we're primarily doing. That's probably 95% of this project.
But through the chair to Dave Saltzman, when they reach out to you, are you working with minority, not, because purchasing and procurement is ongoing. I know I see your hiring there. You're doing good there. I see that. But your purchasing and procurement is ongoing.
Oh, we're certainly always glad to talk about it. From a hiring perspective at all the stores, we certainly take great pride in hiring in the neighborhoods we serve. And candidly, that's what tends to work out best as well for everybody. On some of the equipment we buy, it's very specialized, and there's just a few big kind of national companies that make things like the cases or the refrigeration racks that run the stuff that it takes to make these big grocery stores work.
You know, I noticed, and I'll yield. I go to Dave's. Sometimes I want to go to another store, but my car always takes me over there to Dave's. I mean, I'm serious, man. It just drives itself. I'm like, man, I'm trying to go to another store. But your father is a tar blooder. He's from Glenville.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we always sit back and we talk when I visit the store. Your dad talked with people. You had one good African-American manager who I see. I talk with him. What would cut back on shrinkage, this is just me, I'm not you the expert. Your people got to talk with people more, and then when they see that they know that you're around. Because if you leave them in that aisle by themselves, the customers, sometimes your shrinkage is going to hurt. But if your customers say, how you doing? Can I help you? Do you need this Procter & you need Procter & Gamble, whatever, then they know the eyes are on there. And then sometimes your lines are long. And then when the lines are long, sometimes people would take the merchandise and walk out with it, those kind of things. You're the expert, but I studied your business. To the chair today.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Alrighty, Councilman Brian Casey, and just for note, we're doing 10-minute initial comment periods, and then if you'd like to get back on the list, you can ask to do so, but our initial comments will be 10 minutes this morning. Councilman Brian Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to Director Mitchell, when you were going over the community benefits agreement, was that for Dave specifically or for Shaker Square?
Through the chair to the councilperson, it is for both. We need to execute the entire community benefits agreement for Shaker Square, and so the Dave's agreement is an addendum or an exhibit within the entire CBA.
And Mr. Chairman, Director Mitchell, within the CBAs for Shaker Square or any other individual, is power in the CBAs?
Yes, through the chair to the councilperson, CBA. There's a provision where you can use CPP as a community benefit. That's correct.
All right, and Mr. Chairman, to Director Mitchell, does Dave's use Cleveland Public Power?
Through the chair to the councilperson, I'm not certain of that answer. Yeah. And let me just point out that we're on the standard CBA, this under 20 million, so we don't kick over into the expanded, which CPP is one of the menu items on the expanded. So we're not legally we're not on that side, but it can always be added voluntarily.
All right, Mr. Salzman?
Yeah, we certainly do, and we do at that location.
All right, thank you very much.
Yep.
And Mr. Chairman, to Director Mitchell, if we could make sure that, I believe we've worked something out that CPP is part of the CBAs now for projects moving forward for entities that have the ability to use CPP as opposed to the other provider in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Richard Starr.
Thank you, Chairman McCormick. How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
No, my question is to Mr. Dave, through the chair. I know you said you had about 7 locations, and to me, it just doesn't cut it that you remove stores out of our neighborhoods, in certain neighborhoods. And it's really not just one-sided. I think us as elected officials, as the administration as well, what is our actual plan to address food deserts? I asked this question again, time and time. I do support this ordinance because it is in my girl, Deborah Gray's ward, so I definitely support this. But I'm talking about the root causes. We have Cleveland Neighborhood Progress. What is your stance on community reinvestment in our neighborhoods? Because Dave's left my neighborhood in 2019, and if we're going to just sit there and say we left because of theft, and we left because we had to pay security, or we lost a security firm, what are we actually doing? Because all you see is a trickle down. It starts with grocery stores. You see some Rite Aids and CVS. You see Walgreens. What are we actually doing? Because I'm tired of us subsidizing for everything, but what actually matters the most. People in my neighborhood can't get to Chester. And in 2019, through the chair, Dave's committed to providing transportation. That shortly ended, same year that they said they were going to do it. So it's like, what are we actually doing to address the real root causes of these problems in our neighborhoods as opposed to saying stores are closed? And then also, I would love to ask one question to Mr. Dave, to the chair is, so what is your sales at your Shaker location, West 25th location, Ridge Road location, Chester location, Lee Road, Harvard? Do you got the same issues that you had at North Collinwood as in Arbor Park or not? Because I don't see no difference in anything, and I'm just asking a question off the top of the head to the chair. So do you still have these same security theft issues at these current locations that you are operating? And if so, do we have anything in writing to show what the marginal cost or the revenue from the business to financial statements to the chair?
So through the chair to Councilman Starr, I think that you are identifying the intractable problem that we have right now in markets where even if you have developers and retailers who want to invest in your neighborhood, in most of the neighborhoods in Cleveland, you're going to have a very difficult time getting any financing to do that. That is why economic development comes to this table for almost every deal in the city of Cleveland. If you look across the country, and I'm only saying this because we were just in Chicago, I've been in Boston and St. Louis. There is not a city that is not dealing with food deserts right now. It's not an answer to you. It's just to say that we are going to have to, despite, and we very much appreciate the investment from Dave's in our neighborhood. It is very rare to have local grocery operators anymore in this country, and it's very unlikely that we are going to see the Giant Eagles and the Krogers of the world coming into our city unless the market changes drastically. And so that means doing what the assistant director was talking about, is likely trying to have new models for grocery, whether it's places where the community can come, like recreation centers, and order their groceries, like seniors and others have pickup areas, to have subsidy for corner stores to start stocking grocery. I mean, these are the things you're starting to see around the country. These are the kinds of things I know the economic development team is starting to look at. We are most likely not going to get the level of grocery that we've had back in our cities. And I think that even in, and I'm going to speak for David now, and then he can speak for himself, we were very close to losing the Dave's grocery store at Shaker Square. The sales are down significantly, and much of that was the commitment of Cuyahoga County foundations, the city of Cleveland, to support the purchase of the square. I think that was a huge part of this, and then our ability over the last 2 years with all of your support to execute on the capital improvements that made sense for this lease. We went through a year process where we knew that David and Aaron were supportive of this work, but frankly, again, they are a for-profit business. They have to make money, and they were losing money consistently on Shaker Square. I don't think that's going to change until these improvements are done and we start to see the Buckeye, Shaker Square, Archmere corridor strengthen. So we just have to be realistic and then know that the kind of work that is happening now with the city of Cleveland to invest in infrastructure in the neighborhoods, to invest in housing, to like the basics, the foundation of what every neighborhood needs, is the way we're going to bring investment back into the community.
Thank you, and Chairman, what point I'm bringing is we ain't got no plan. And using other cities having the same issue is nothing but an excuse. And that's a poor man's excuse if you ask me. What I'm saying is, what are we going to do? Are we going to continue to work 40 hours a week in all of our department and not come up with a solution? Are we going to continue to have Cleveland Neighborhood Progress, who helps work with our CDCs, but don't help them bring no results? Because this grocery store problem and this food desert, like I said, happened in 2019. We subsidizing to make sure we keep Shaker Square open, but we ain't subsidizing to keep North Collinwood open. We ain't subsidizing to keep Arbor Park open. We just allow them to close. And I want you to understand that I have 30,542 housing units, public housing units. That's only by CMHA. I'm not even talking about the 660 by Capital Realty owned by Arbor Park in walking distance. People in my neighborhood don't have the luxury of having a car to travel. They don't have the luxury to get to and from to Chester, to the West Side Market, to anything. So my question is, when are we going to do our job or y'all job to make sure these things are not happening? And I do not see nothing coming from this administration to address this. Since 2022, I have been here. I have not seen no honest effort to address this problem. This ain't something I'm pointing out. This is something we know. So if we got all these educators, all these intelligent individuals, can we figure out something to address food deserts? Every time we come to a committee, we got another way to use money to do different things. But I have not seen not one pilot program, nothing. We talk about what everyone else is doing, and we're not doing nothing, as if the people in my neighborhood you don't care about. This is what frustrates me. This is what keeps me up at night, dealing with the fact that people can't buy groceries, and we saying, well, the model is outdated. The model at the West Side Market has been outdated, but we came up with a nonprofit to buy it and to put in. We gave them $20 million. We doing everything to make sure that stay open, but we ain't doing the same thing in our neighborhoods, and that's the problem that has me frustrated. That's the problem that has me angry, and that's the problem that has me keep rambling and going on a tangent, because it act like we just tripping or I'm just tripping or something. I'm not speaking for just my residents. I am one of those. I understand what it's like to be able to say I have food stamps, but then the federal government is cutting all your stamps and you still got 6 miles to feed. I know what it feels like to not be able to have nobody to take your mama to the grocery store, so you got to walk with all those bags from 40th up to 66 in Woodland. That is insufficient, and we haven't done nothing to solve this problem, but just acknowledge that is a problem, and that's what has me frustrated, Chair. And I just hope that we can figure out something, or a new model, or what it is. I mean, Dave said they still have about 7 locations, and I'm just sure if we, based on what I'm hearing from Director Tanya, the grocery store model is insufficient and it's not working no more. So therefore, those other 7 locations are at risk of losing funding. And in 2019, they said that Shaker Square was losing revenue, and they still are, but we subsidize it. And I'm not saying shut other ones down, but I'm saying is we're the same leverage of support that we do in other places. Because at the end of the day, if the West Side Market closed, there's still a Days right across the street. It's still a Days, so it's not a food desert. But I'm saying this just doesn't make sense to me. I do support this ordinance because this is happening in my girl, Deborah Gray ward. But at the same time, our administration, our community development, community reinvestment, our economic department is doing a disservice to our residents because they're not addressing the actual problems in our neighborhood, Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. So I think, you've heard loud and clear to the administration the real need to hear a tangible plan around food access and groceries. I know council's happy to be a partner in that work, but you hear the urgency coming from colleagues on that plan. So that's got to be a top priority. So that's 10 minutes, Councilman. You want to be put back on, or are you good for now? Alrighty, I've got Councilman Joe Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's really good to see Cleveland Housing Network here at the table. Cleveland Neighborhood Progress. Please forgive me. The Cleveland Housing Network was on the brain this morning. I'm sorry. And to see your organization here, I just want to just note some things that are very important. You taking upon the responsibility as an organization to stabilize Shaker Square is super important to the city of Cleveland, and certainly was needed. I wish you own our shopping plaza because there's a lot of work that needs to be done there. And there has been very little investment, but it's good to see you here at the table. To Dave's and Dave's Supermarket, we 110% support this particular piece of legislation, but my colleagues made some significant points of pain points of some of the closings of some of the stores. And so you talked about this particular location in Shaker Square. How you talked about losses. Could you elaborate on the situation there at the Shaker Square store as it relates to loss of revenues and how long this has been happening?
Yeah. Good morning, Councilman Jones. How are you?
Good morning.
When we were negotiating and discussing our lease term with the ownership group that had taken over the square, which again, I have to say, the square is heading a much, much better direction than it was, and without that, this couldn't have happened. We have double-digit sales declines year over year. The SNAP, the food stamp program at this store and many of our other stores is, when we were doing this negotiation, was down nearly 50% year over year, so about half of what it had been. And in our model, that makes it tough. So, you know, I'll say that. We agreed to lease term here through 2029. And, you know, again, we're prepared to turn around and invest some money in this location as part of partnership with the city.
I see. One of the things that I think that would be very important, you know, moving forward, because how many stores do you have, Mr. Chairman, to Dave, in the city of Cleveland as a whole?
7.
You have 7 stores, 7 locations, and are those 7 locations having a significant loss, or is just this particular one?
See,
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, every store is a different story. Since the SNAP program was cut at the federal level, that has been a challenge for nearly all of our locations. Every store that we have has a different baseline of sales level, and you know, without pointing the finger back, I'll just be totally honest. Those stores generally, they're dependent on how many people live around those stores. They're dependent on how many people shop at those stores. And so I fully understand how important a grocery store is, but a grocery store can't make it and thrive without the rest of the community around it doing the same. I mean, it goes hand in hand, with all due respect. So every store we have across our whole company is different. The biggest factor is how many people live nearby and how many people are going to shop at the store.
Right.
We operate a model that's pretty similar at all the locations. We're run out of the same office. Our family takes great pride in being close to the operations in all of our stores. We're in those stores every week. So I just want to say that, like, as you know, as neighborhoods thrive, so do the stores that are in them, generally speaking. And so again, we're committed with the locations we have, but we need to look out for the well-being of our company as a whole, so we can continue to do with what's a bit of an exception, or a lot of an exception, if you look across the national landscape, where you largely have large grocers who aren't interested in operating in areas we operate in. Not many operators like us that do what we do. And I'm not trying to pat myself on the back. I'm just being honest about what we see and are told on the national landscape.
Well, you know, one of the things, Mr. Chairman, that I would, you know, I think is a special note for the council as well as for the administration, is, you know, when, for an example, you start seeing yourself in trouble, to notify the council, notify the city that you're in trouble. That's, I think, is significantly important, so that we might be able to look at ways and means to be of assistance, so that we can get you out of the bad place you're in, or look at ways and means to be able to do that. I think that's significant for you on your part to be able to notify us. I think on the council side and on the administrative side, because this is going to be important as we move forward as a city, so that, as my colleague eloquently stated earlier, food deserts. We don't need to have other neighborhoods suffering the loss of their grocery stores. And so part of that, and this would be a good place where ARPA funds would come in if we had any left at the table, to set to the side for economic development. If our city is to sustain itself and to grow, it must be able to bring in new businesses and retain our existing businesses. So my suggestion, Mr. Chairman, is that the administration look at ways and means to have funds set aside to deal with situations that might arise like this. And then lastly, I would say this too, you, Mr. Dave, for the Dave Superstores, or I call them superstores in some areas. I'm thinking of 61st Street. That used to be a desert a long time ago. But it is thriving. I came from one of the church ceremonies, St. Timothy's Church, on Sunday, and I went to Dave's, and I saw all of these people coming into the store. You had lines up, you had hot food. I had never, that operation looks like the Giant Eagle out in Solon. So it was just that nice. So I think the next suggestion, Mr. Chairman, for people to come into your store, they have to be clean. It has to be nice, not saying it's not. But if you have that kind of operation in the Lee and Harvard, you would double your sales. You will retain your population that you have already, and then others will start coming into that store venue, because competition is Heinen's right across the border in Shaker. And then you have the Giant Eagle was right over there and Maple Heights. So, but if you it up, that operation like 61st, and you bring it to Lee and Harvard, you would double, triple your. People will want to come in there. You'll be shopping left and right. So you wouldn't be getting your residents who would go somewhere else. They would come to your store. So improvements, continue improvements, and how this body can help you to make those improvements, I think is significant and important, and incumbent upon us to work with you to be able to do that. Because I think that at the end of the day would help you. And I know that at that particular location of Lee and Harvard, there hasn't been really a fundamental upgrade in quite some time. The last time there was an upgrade that I can recall was when we reopened it up. And it's looking pretty much the same it was when we opened it up over 24 years ago. So having some improvements, I think, as constructive criticism, sitting at this table, is important to look at every aspect of your business and how you bring and drive business in there. And then as a partner, you know, I've called you to ask you a couple of times, were we in danger and having your store closed in the community? So I'm concerned. And I heard another of one of my colleagues stated earlier, and I think it was Mike Polinsik, in his testimony about Walgreens closing. So I've been all over Walgreens in my neighborhood to make sure that they are not closing in our community. You know, my suggestion is to the council and to the administration, when it comes to our grocery stores, if we're to be a strong city, a major league city, we need to make sure that we have good, strong grocery stores, and if we can get them in every neighborhood, that should be our push and our goal as best we can. I'm a strong supporter of Dave's Supermarket. I appreciate what you guys do here, and I appreciate and I support this particular piece of legislation, and I look forward to working with you. So if you ever have a inkling of any trouble, please, pretty please, with sugar on top, give me a call so I can start going to work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Again, I would just note the strong desire to see this conversation. And I don't know if that is a comprehensive package of commercial tax abatement, grants, equipment, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This is obviously, you're hearing from our colleagues, a critical service for our communities. The Saltzman family and Dave's have been a great partner in the city of Cleveland for many, many years throughout our neighborhoods. You know, so if we can work with a local vendor, and I would encourage you all to be at that table. No one's better to tell you how to run a good grocery store in a neighborhood than the folks that do it. So again, really coming up with a comprehensive package and approach to here's how we're going to open more grocery stores. Here are our partners. Here are the incentives. We know the business is tough, but these are critical for our neighborhood. So this is something that, you know, obviously we can put a lot of, this council you're hearing has the desire to put a lot of resources behind ensuring we're opening these, critical resources in our neighborhood. So loud and clear. All righty. Thank you all very much for the comments this morning, and we'll look forward to working with the administration through Chair Hairston on this critical issue. With no further questions, Ordinance 721-2024 will be heard for passage this evening on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Director, Councilman Starr would like to hold 748.
Okay.
So we will, Councilman Starr, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so we will hold that piece. Next up, 747, 2024 by Councilmembers McCormick, Harrison, and Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance approving the addition of property located at 1301 East 9th Street to the Northeast Ohio Advanced Energy District, accepting and approving a petition and plan for a property owner in the district, identifying a special energy improvement project, declaring it necessary to conduct the special energy improvement project, providing for the assessment of the cost of such special energy improvement project, authorizing the Director of Economic Development to enter into an energy project cooperative agreement and a special assessment agreement to implement the project, and declaring an emergency. Director.
Is it 747?
Thank you, Chair. Just to start, the Erieview Tower project located on 1301 East 9th Street is the conversion of a former office building that was constructed in 1964 into mixed-use building with commercial space, multifamily housing, and hotel space. Today, I have with me Rich Morehouse.
Mr. Chairman, point of information, is this 747?
747.
Thank you.
I have with me Rich Morehouse and Brendan Hale to speak on this project further and to be able to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director. Whoever's, Rich, do you want to go first?
Hi, everyone. This is Brendan Heil. What you have before you is a piece of PACE legislation, and I'm happy to answer any questions on how PACE works, but I think you've handled a few of these in the past. If you have any questions about the actual project details, Rich can answer those. But really, this is just to approve the special assessments that will go on the property to help finance the PACE loan and pay back the PACE loan over the term of that loan. It doesn't involve anything for the city other than putting the special assessments on, and it will enable the project to be very successful. And it is only on the residential portion of the project. But if you have any other details about the size of the loan or anything like that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. So does this, just for the public's edification, are there any dollars from the city that are involved with this legislation, Director?
No, there are no dollars that go towards this.
Okay, any bonding capacity, any other, is there any financial impact on the city of Cleveland?
No financial impact.
Okay, so we're essentially a pass-through?
That's correct.
Is that the understanding of PACE financing? Okay. Okay, I have no hesitation on this, but I've got Councilman Polensek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues, and to the administration, whoever can end. Is this just for the tower itself? Does it affect the gallery at all?
Good morning, Councilman Polensek. This is just within the tower, the residential portion.
The residential, okay.
Yeah.
So this will be the, and how much of this, of the tower is being affected with this piece?
There are several floors within the tower that are going to be residential. Let me see. As you might recall, there's 227 apartment units, and I'm looking now. I believe it's, let's see. There's about 10 floors that are going to be impacted.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues, this was one of the first, what we would refer to in Cleveland as skyscrapers in the day, Erieview Tower. And I think a lot of us have become greatly concerned about its status over the years. So I'm here to support this wholeheartedly. This is a project I believe that can put Erieview back on the map and make it a destination place once again, as it once was. So I'm here to wholeheartedly support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Polensek. Councilman Brian Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I forget your name.
Rich Morehouse.
Mr. Morehouse. You don't have to answer this at the table, but before we vote on this on the floor today, I'd like an update on where we are with the negotiations for your electric supplier over there. I know that it's been going back and forth, but before I vote positively on this on the floor of council, I'd like an update on where we are with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Do you want to speak to that or provide the councilman an update?
Yeah, I can speak to that in front of the council. Yeah, currently, things have yet to be set in stone, if you will. But yeah, the developer is ready to commit to Cleveland Public Power being the preferred electricity provider for the project. Sorry.
Oh, okay, thank you, Councilman. Pull,
Outside voice.
so for everyone that comes up to the table, pull the microphone close to your face. Outdoor voices, indoors. Thank you.
All right. Okay.
I don't believe there's a presentation, no. So PACE financing is a simple pass-through for the city of Cleveland. We don't really have any skin in the game on it. We've had presentations before on this development. This is just kind of a tangential piece. All right. So after Councilman Casey is finished with his line of questioning, if we could get a brief overview of the project. Councilman Casey, you have the floor.
All right, and Mr. Chairman and Mr. Morehouse, I've been hearing that for 2 years, right? So again, I want to make sure that there's that commitment, to Cleveland Public Power from the owners over there. We've met a number of times regarding it, and we keep hearing that there's a commitment, but we're not seeing any progress. So if we could maybe set something up to make sure that this actually happens. I know it's part of the benefit agreement, so we want to make sure that this actually happens. All right? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Morehouse.
Thank you, Councilman Casey. Please provide a general overview of the project. Thank you.
Do you want a general overview of the project or PACE general?
Project.
Project.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to turn to Rich for that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we were here last year, and we've been hearing about this project for 2 years now. And yeah, we'll do. Outside voice, right? So, yeah, what we're talking about here, the entire project is Erieview Tower as well as Erieview Galleria. There's a parking garage under the Galleria. It's a historic building. It's on the National Register of Historic Places. The office tower, it's 40 stories, 810,000 square feet. And the Galleria, it's about 133,000 square feet of retail, and there's about 500 parking spaces underneath the Galleria. It's all one project. Now, because it's a complex project and it's a challenging capital environment out there, we need conventional sources of capital. But I won't go into the PACE, but just to recap what's all going to be within the project, within Erieview Tower, we're going to have 300,000 square feet of office space preserved, brought back into, Class A office space shape and condition. And we're going to have 227 luxury units that are going to be managed by Marriott. And we're going to have a 210-key luxury hotel that's going to be the W. It's going to include a rooftop amenity. There's going to be, top of the town is coming back. And so we're going to have a rooftop restaurant. And so Galleria could include fine dining, a new food court, indoor sports and entertainment spaces, and a second floor renovated ballroom for special events. So that's the project, the entire project as a whole. But here, what we're talking about this morning is PACE financing just for the residential piece.
Thank you.
How does that, Mr. Chairman, work with PACE financing?
If you could provide an overview of the PACE financing.
Through
please.
you, Chairman, to Councilman Jones. PACE financing, and the reason the city's involved in PACE financing is it's a traditional loan. So it is a loan from a lender to the private, the owner in this case. It is only, though, for qualifying energy costs. So they're doing a lot of stuff in this building that will increase energy efficiency, things like those. You can also do energy generation. That's not what we're talking about today. And so for those qualifying costs, you can get a PACE loan. And that PACE loan is secured by a special assessment. And similar to like a mortgage, but the reason the city is involved is in order to place that special assessment on the actual tax rolls, the city has to pass legislation to just put that on the tax rolls. It doesn't impact the city. The city's just a pass-through, but you are necessary to complete the transaction. But there's no bonding capacity. As Councilman McCormick said, there's no skin in the game for the city. But we do need you to enable the special assessment to exist because private entities can't put something on the tax roll like that.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, thank you for your explanation of this particular piece here. Certainly, I don't see no reason why I should not support this. Let me ask this question, Mr. Chairman, to the distinguished gentleman. How far along are you in improvements and getting to a place where, because I'm in total support. I think the ideal and the concept of improving Erieview Towers is significant and important. Will this also be any kind of, how are we going to work with the vacancy at the bottom portion of that? Is this a part of that too? Or is this connected or is it separate? Or is it all a part of the same organization?
It's all going to be same, the project, it's going to be done in phases. Right now, the residential, it's the most straightforward and easy to do. If I can say easy, it's not easy. But yeah, we have relationships in place with construction managers. We have architects signed up and are working on the project as we speak. This project has historic tax credits from the state of Ohio. There's going to be federal historic tax credits from Ohio. There's a transformational mixed-use development credit. We are, full speed ahead, and we just need to lock in this PACE financing as well as finalize one other piece that we're all aware of, the tax abatement and the TIF for the project.
And how many units, Mr. Chairman, because you said you got offices as well as luxury apartments, how big, what's that number look like once you got it up and running? In terms of places people can come and live?
I'm not sure if I entirely follow your question, but we're going to have 227 residential units.
Yes.
And, there's going to be about 133,000 square foot of retail in the Galleria.
Well, hey, listen, I support this, Mr. Chairman. I have no unreadiness and Godspeed with the project. I wish you had it already up and rolling, and look forward to seeing that as well as showing any kind of support as it relates to retail. I completely support this piece, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Before I go to Councilman Kelly, I want to make a note that Councilman Polensek had his senior prom at the top of the town.
Top of the town, baby.
Councilman Kelly.
Thank you. I'm in support of this, but I think it's important and possibly essential that you continue to have conversations with Brother Casey. He's the head of the Utilities Commission. I sit on that commission, and that needs to be part of this. Built the Jolly Green Giant is what they called Erieview Tower when they built it just a few years before I got in. I think it's going to be fantastic that if we can bring that back to life. I did work on the Galleria with Local 310. I really appreciate what you're doing over there. I think that'll bring a lot of traffic back to that area. So, well, my local's 310, so I'm 310% behind you, brother. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate that. Alrighty, any additional comments on 747-2024?
So move.
Hearing none, 747-2024 will be considered by the entire body this evening. Thank you. All right, Director, I think I'm done with you.
Okay.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right, Finance, come on up. Director, good morning. We're still morning, right? Yeah, all right. Good morning, Director.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Doing all right.
Wonderful. Ordinance 632-2024 by Council Member Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance to make additional appropriations of $24,200,000 to the general fund. Sir?
Yes, good morning, Council, what we have in Ordinance 632-2024 is a supplemental appropriation to add to the adopted appropriation that Council made in the annual budget process in the amount of $24,200,000. The purpose of this supplemental appropriation is to provide funds for a variety of expenditures. Most importantly would be with respect to public safety. This appropriation will provide the funds necessary to purchase new radios and a new dispatch system for the members of the Department of Public Safety in the amount of approximately $18 million. It will also provide about $5.9 million for TASER maintenance and payments, as well as payments to the county for medical examiner and other related forensic services that the county provides through the county medical examiner. And then $150,000 to hire a project coordinator to help with the implementation of the work that Emily Collins is leading out of the mayor's office on providing housing support for the unhoused in the city. And then on top of that is $150,000 to support a contract to hire a specialized TIF consultant for the city to help us kind of ensure that we are getting the best unbiased advice on how we're structuring TIFs across the city.
All right. Yeah, and this is in your tablet. Again, this is 6/32/2024. I understand that we'll have additional legislation on the 18 million coming up shortly. The rest of these, is there additional legislation, or are they baked into this piece, 632? Let's take a look here.
So through the chair to the council, I believe the TASER and county payments has already seen legislation come through to authorize the expenditures. We just didn't have the appropriation.
Got it.
And then for the project coordinator, that would just go into the staffing line item for the mayor's office. So there would not be any additional legislation there. And then under the TIF consultant, I think it'll depend on what the dollar amount is for the actual contract.
I see. Okay, so this is just moving the money, not, okay. Alrighty, what questions do I have on 6/32/20? Okay, Councilman Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to our director, where's this money coming from?
Yeah, through the chair, great question. This is the result of revenues coming in a little higher than we anticipated when we presented and had the budget adopted for 2024. And that's really been predominantly through income tax coming in a little higher than we expected. But many of our line items of revenue have come in slightly higher than we budgeted. So we've projected out from now until the end of the year. And based on those projections, we believe that this $24 million will be there in the budget. And this is, we're trying to handle these surpluses and revenue more strategically and proactively, as opposed to what I think has historically been the case, where we wait till the end of the year, there's a pot of money, and then we all discuss how to use it. In this case, we have known for years that we need to replace the radios and the dispatch system in public safety. Frankly, the reason why we haven't done it yet is we never had the cash to do it. And now with the way the budget has performed this year, we are confident that we have the cash, and so that's why we're here for the appropriation.
Mr. Chairman, to the director, $24 million is a lot of under projected income. And then $150,000 to hire a project coordinator for the homelessness project. Didn't we just give them $1 million?
Through the chair.
For that project, and couldn't that money come out of that $1 million?
Through the chair, it couldn't. So the way that money was appropriated, it was for contractual services, and we cannot use contractual service funds that are appropriated for that purpose to pay personnel. So this is, and the $150,000 is intended to cover 2 years approximately of salary, as it's this initiative to deal with how to provide housing for folks is intended to be a short-term project that we demonstrate can work, and then essentially hope that and work with the county and other providers to pick it up so that they can ensure that it succeeds in the long term. So we're looking to bring in essentially what is a temporary employee to help shepherd this through over this 2-year period, and then the position will roll away.
All right, Mr. Chairman, to the director, this is the second time, I believe, this year that we've done transfer orders like this, correct?
Through the chair, we did a transfer earlier in the year.
Right.
This is instead of a transfer, this is a supplemental appropriation. So when we transfer, we're simply moving money that's already been appropriated. Here, we're adding to the appropriation.
All right, so we're actually, Mr. Chairman, to the director, we're actually adding to the general fund budget with this from projections that have come in underestimated by us, but then the money. This is additional money that we've received that we weren't seeing. So, Mr. Chairman, to the director, will we be doing a transfer order like we usually do, since this is since we already did one transfer order this year? Will the administration be coming to us? It's usually done in November sometime for a transfer order.
Yeah, through the chair, I would expect so. So one of the things that we've attempted to start doing with respect to the budget is just fully embrace the fact that building a budget is as much art as anything else, and that it's a fluid exercise and circumstances change regularly. So, for example, we projected that income tax collections would increase 2.75% in the budget. That's the average growth rate we've seen over the last 20 plus years. So we felt that that was a pretty reasonable number to use to build out the budget. The growth has been higher than that. And so if that continues, I would expect that we'll be in a similar position toward the end of the year, where there would be a conversation about a supplemental appropriation and transferring money. Every year we have to transfer money because overtime might be higher in this division or things of that nature, and we have to balance out every budgetary entity.
And then my last question, Mr. Chairman, to the director is, with this influx of $24,200,000, is this the administration's wish list? And did you consult with anybody on council or council leadership on how to spend this $24 million?
Yeah, so I met with the council president to discuss the list probably 6 or so weeks ago. I think what's really important to note here is, the $23.9 million of this 24.2 is for some core needs in public safety. And if we look at the radios and the dispatch system, if we didn't have this appropriation to pay for those, we would have to borrow money. So this is a much more cost-effective way to handle these needs, as opposed to borrowing money for 30 years and paying interest that compounds over that period of time.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Councilman Casey. Councilman Mike Polensek.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to follow up on Councilman Casey's comments to my honorable colleagues and to the director. The $24 million, you've indicated it's because of increased revenue. That's specifically income tax revenue?
Through the chair, predominantly income tax revenue, but other sources have been coming in higher as well. Okay,
can you explain to us what areas?
Through the chair, interest income, as we discussed during budget hearings, we were at the time, like most of the country, had been expecting the Fed to reduce rates by this point in the year. Instead, they've held them static, as the sort of inflation and other economic data has not proven to the Fed that it was
yes,
the appropriate time to reduce rates, and the economy is still running too hot. So as a result of the rates staying where they have been, our interest income has come in a bit higher than we projected in the budget.
Okay. So is there a dollar amount associated? I'm trying to understand, because if you recall, when we had the budget presentations and the pre-budget discussions in the committee room, I indicated that I thought you underestimated your revenue for income tax. I did too. And so what I'm hearing is that there was a substantial more amount of money came in. So how much was it in actual income tax that has come in?
I don't have that. Yeah, through the chair, I don't have that figure with me.
Okay. I would like, Mr. Chairman, prior to the council meeting, I would like to know where the increased revenue has come from, because it's going to give us a good idea of where we need to take a look at within the next budget process. So that's number one. Number two, you have the 18 million in here for, Mr. Chairman, to the director for the police radios, but there's another subsequent piece. So what I'm trying to understand, this is just allocating the funds, this piece?
Through the chair, yes.
For all these categories?
Yes.
So the 5.9, what is the 5.9 for?
Through the chair,
for police.
The 5.9 is for two categories of expenditures. One is with respect to the Division of Police's tasers and our contractual relationship with Axon with respect to the maintenance and those systems. Portion of the 5.9 is for that. The balance is to make payments to the county for our relationship with the medical examiner, as the medical examiner handles nearly, if not all, of our forensic testing and things of that nature, and we pay for that service through an agreement with the county.
Because when Mr. Chairman, to my colleague, when the safe director came over on Monday to brief me, which again I'm not happy that it was at the 11th hour to come over, he had not mentioned about this. Talked to me about the 18 million, but did not mention this at all. So, medical examiner and for Axon.
Through the chair.
Or the
correct.
tasers.
Correct.
That's new tasers or updating the tasers?
It's through the chair. It's for maintenance of the tasers. So.
Okay, well, then when we get into the 18 million, I hope someone can give us some broader explanation on that as well.
Yeah. Through the chair, for the 18 million for the radios, it's to purchase new radios.
I understand
for everyone
that.
in the Department of Public Safety.
And there are people here that I requested to make that presentation, but on the 5.9, I'm going to hope that you're going to I'm going to make a request to the chair that I receive some my colleagues, all of us receive some explanation as a better breakdown as to what that 5.9 is for. Because again, in these summer sessions, I have to be very blunt about it, to be dealing with this amount of money and this sizable amount of money without going through the regular committee process is very challenging. We want to do the right thing. We want to support administrative requests, but also we want better explanations or broader explanation as to what this expenditure is for. This is, as Councilman Casey touched, this is a lot of money, $24,200,000, and we're doing it in a summer session. So I'm hoping in the future, and again, I think there's just got to be a better process here, so we can have more detailed explanation. Or we could have set up a special committee hearing to hear it, and that request was not made. So again, I'm going to request through the chair that we get a broader explanation of the 5.9, and when the public safety gets up here for the 18 million, we hope to hear, again, a broader explanation on that as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I've got Councilman Joe Jones.
Mr. Chairman, I just, on the line of questioning Mike Polisic, he's absolutely right. Why are we hearing this piece in the summer portion right now?
Director,
why hasn't it come to? Because there's a number of questions I have here on this side of the table, and that could take an hour. Because
Director,
we're talking $24 million.
The urgency of this piece. Does it need to be passed? Explain the urgency.
Through the chair, I think there has been quite a bit of urgency with respect, in particular, to the public safety pieces here.
I'm sorry, I can't hear Director.
The radios are beyond their useful life. We have to source replacement parts.
Hold on. Please
Let me ask the question,
Councilman,
Mr. Chairman.
I asked him a question. We're going to allow him to finish the answer. Please finish your answer.
The radios are well beyond their useful life. They're approximately 20 years old. We have to source replacement parts from the from eBay and other third-party sellers. We have to sort of cannibalize old radios to find replacement parts for existing radios. And it's a pretty untenable situation for members of the divisions of police, fire, and EMS. And so the sooner we can get money appropriated for this purpose, the sooner we can get new radios in, the more effective the members of the divisions of fire, police, and EMS will be able to be.
Thank you. So, but on the councilman's question, normally these things go through a committee process. The urgency today is we're skipping the committee process to hit one meeting to pass this. What is the urgency requiring that?
Through the chair, I mean, respectfully, the work continues throughout the summer, and this is the forum for summer meetings. You know, we don't set the calendar, and so we present the ordinance for introduction and.
But there are
hearing
also
sessions.
committee hearings throughout the summer. They can be scheduled. I mean, these are not the only meetings that can be scheduled during the summer. And I've got a chairman who didn't know about the $5 million. Councilman, I'm pausing your time. My apologies.
No worries.
So I mean,
I'll take an
again,
additional
this
10
is
minutes.
Director. We've got our safety director here.
And through the chair, I would just, you know, observe this is simply appropriating the funds. This isn't spending it. There will
Well,
be
we're spending it in
follow-on-
the next one.
There will be
so-
follow-on legislation for the expending authority. But these are critical needs in the Department of Public Safety, and I think it is in all of our interests to act with urgency to get them legislatively passed so that we can equip the members of these divisions with the appropriate equipment to do their jobs.
I don't think anyone is arguing that that's not important. I think we're all on the same page. The question is, should this have hit a safety committee meeting and then a finance committee meeting is more, I think, the question. Director, do you want to add anything?
To the chair, I appreciate the question. There is a sense of urgency relative to this legislation to get the equipment that's needed for a division of police, not just division of police, just Department of Public Safety. Sometimes these things take time as we evaluated the things that we needed and so forth to get it all together, to get the right people in place, so we can present it to, obviously, the council body here for approval. It wasn't something that we're trying to keep from council. Please understand that. We're doing our due diligence as a Department of Public Safety, Finance, IT to make sure we have the right information put in place and present that to this body for approval. And again, there was no cloaks and daggers. We're not trying to be secretive. We didn't try to do anything other than to present this legislation because there's an urgency for us to get this approved for the men and women of the Department of Public Safety.
Yeah, Director, and to be clear, I don't think anyone on this side of the table is saying that there's any malintentions here. It's just a conversation about following the 100-year-long committee process that council has had. Councilman Jones, I'm starting you back at 10 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me just, say this because, every time you come to this, and you've been here, and this is to the safety director, and when Mr. Williams was the director, was the chief, and you were the chief, I've always asked you, what was and what are some of the issues? How can we help the police department? What do your needs are? How can we be supportive? So let's start there with answering that portion of your piece. Now, this is the first time I've ever heard that you got a radio issue. So this is being brought at the last moment while I'm sitting here, because there's a number of fundamental issues wrong right now. The first one is you're bringing the issue to the table, and you're talking about an increase or surplus. This is the first time, and I got to say, $24 million is a lot of money to bring at the table. And then when the question was asked, is how much revenue came in from the income tax? No one can tell us that. No one can tell us. What was it, 24 or 29 million? Did we get 30 million? What was it that came in from the income tax? Mr. Chairman, to the director. You are our CFO, our finance guy. I know you know the numbers. And if you don't, someone should have ran down here and gave you the numbers just a second ago. The question was, how much income tax revenue has come into the city of Cleveland at this point?
Through the chair, as I noted a moment ago, I do not have that number. I have where our aggregate revenue is as of the end of June, which I can provide. I have aggregate
Do you
expenses.
have an estimate, Mr. Chairman, to the director? You got anything they can give us to hold on to?
Through the chair, we've come in about 5% above budget on income tax.
So what?
I don't know what that dollar amount is off the top of my head.
So, Mr. Chairman, you said 5% above what we. So what did we put into the budget?
Through the chair, I'm sorry, I misspoke. We're about 2.25% above what we budgeted. We budgeted a 2.75% increase against 2023. Against 2023, we're up about 5%.
So you're at 5% right now?
Yes.
Okay. So you have a 5%, 2.5 quarters increase right now from the income tax revenue.
Against what we budgeted.
I see. And then the next, you said you had other revenues come in other places. And see, this is where I need to kind of understand this. Because the significance of understanding this, Mr. Chairman, no disrespect to the administration, is I'm looking ahead of time when 26, 27 come. Will we be in a stronger financial position? How we spend our money now is really, really significantly important. We spend a lot of the ARPA funds, and so for me, Mr. Chairman, to the director, my concern is how we're going to fare in the year 26, 27, 28, and beyond. So that's why these funds that we're talking about that has this surplus of $24 million or more, which you will give us the number because at this point we don't know. Do we know? Is it more than the 24 million? Or is that this is the surplus and we're using it all?
Through the chair, we are not using all of the surplus. We began the year with about $47 million of unencumbered cash in the general fund. As of June 30th, we had approximately $89 million of unencumbered cash. So even with this $24 million appropriation, we would still be approximately 16 or so million above where we began the year in unencumbered cash.
I see. And so that's on the income tax revenue side. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman, to the director?
Through the chair, that's the entire general fund.
That's the entire general fund. So of that, you also talked about interest income. So what do we get in that? Do we know?
Through the chair, I don't have those individual line items committed to memory. Interest income is up. It's about maybe approximately 10%. It could be a little more. It could be a little less. It's come in quite a bit higher. And that's because we anticipated rate decreases by the Fed. And as a result, expected lower interest income, but those rate cuts never came.
I see. And Mr. Chairman, can we ask the distinguished gentleman to maybe have, I don't know if we can do this in the summer session, but maybe have, or he could prepare for us a snapshot financially where the city's at, where the income is at, how we're doing in these different areas. Because, Mr. Chairman, I am really concerned about the future. I know that we spend a lot of ARPA funds on a lot of social service programs and do a lot of different things for a lot of citizens, and we've done things that we have never done here in terms of spending before, which I'm not opposed to, but I'm also concerned about the future financial situation of the city. I appreciate the work that you do, Mr. Chairman, to director, so I don't want you to think that this is any kind of attack. It's just that we have $24 million, and this is unprecedented to spend in an emergency session during the summer. There is, Mr. Chairman, also a concern to me is that there is no fundamental breakdown of how these funds are going to be spent. We're guessing at it, or we have to pull blood out of the onion to understand what's getting what. So for an example, Mr. Chairman, how much are we talking about spending on the police division of that $5.9 million? What is that, and where's the breakdown there? It would be good to have a summary of what that is, what we're actually fundamentally talking about, and having that summary, Mr. Chairman, to the director, to the administration, is important for us as council members to do our due diligence and do our work sitting here at the table. Because at the end of the day, if year 25, 26, 27 come and the city is in a real cash bend, or we're having some real financial difficulties or issues, because I've had some of the pundits come to me and say, hey, we're going to really have some problems in year 26, 27. I want to start doing my due diligence, Mr. Chairman, to the director, the CFO of our city, on how would we stand? What do we need to start squirreling away and saving funds for the rainy day? All of those things are on my mind as I continue to move forward and deliberate at the table. So Mr. Chairman, that's the problem that you see at this end of the table, is having a fundamental breakdown of what these expenditures are going to be spent for. And then I know I see them here in terms of transfer, and then there's another 18 million, and I don't have a breakdown there.
Through the chair, I would just want to note the city has never been in a better cash position than it is today. Even with this assumed appropriation, we'll still have north of $60 million of unencumbered cash in the general fund, and that's in addition to the approximately 155 million in reserve funds between the rainy day reserve and the payroll reserve.
How much was it in the?
Approximately 155 million. So we took those steps in 2022 to set us up for success in the event of future difficulties. No one knows when the next recession is going to happen, but we are, right now our revenues are coming in at a healthy clip, which is allowing our unencumbered cash balance to grow. And we have these reserves, so if and when a recession hits and we do experience some drops in revenue, we will be well positioned to weather those storms. Just for reference, there have been years in the past where our unencumbered cash balance in the general fund was $1 million, $750,000. We began the year with 48. Even with this appropriation, we'd still be over 60.
Okay. So just, and I'm grateful for that, and I'm thankful for the explanation. That's what I'm trying to pull out of here, and to understand the financial picture. So you're saying, I just want to make sure I'm on the same page. Right now, we have 60 million cash on hand in our general fund after these expenditures?
After these, we would have approximately 65 million of unencumbered cash in the general fund.
And then we have another 155 million set to aside for the rainy day fund?
Rainy day and payroll reserve.
Okay. And then I see that we have Mr. Jones sitting at the table, so I presume he's going to tell us something.
Yeah.
So Mr. Chairman, I'd like Mr. Jones to tell us something since he's sitting here at the table.
So, Councilman, if I may, he's here for the next piece.
Okay, is he?
To talk about the specific allocation.
I see.
Yeah.
So then, Mr. Chairman, to our CFO, this is great. The financial picture. When could we get like a financial statement snapshot?
Yeah. So, Director, can you provide a just financial summary of where we are with the funds and dollar amounts and all that?
Yep. Through the chair, the monthly report for the month ending June 30th will be ready to be delivered to council. Perhaps end of the week, early next week, which provides all of this information, a snapshot of where we are with particular revenue streams, where we are compared to the beginning of the year, and where we are compared, budget to actual through this point of the year.
I see. And so then, Mr. Chairman, is there? So will you be able to give us a presentation like you normally do? Maybe have a set up time where we could talk about this, Mr. Chairman,
Absolutely.
Okay, great. And then lastly, Mr. Chairman, I think that this is good news. I think that this is something that the administration should talk about. The city of Cleveland's fiscally stable. Mr. Chairman, to our CFO, we talked about earlier one of our businesses and food deserts in our community, and having to restore our economic development fund that was rated to keep the city stable, I presume. That those funds should be restored. We should at least start putting money back into economic development to talk about how we retain our existing businesses like Dave's Superstore, as well as bringing in other businesses in our neighborhood and in our communities. I think that having an economic development fund is significantly important for improving our tax base. So while we're in a good position, Mr. Chairman, I think that it's incumbent upon the city to set aside those kinds of reserves to bring in businesses and big businesses and to really promote financial health to the city moving forward. And that's my suggestion, Mr. Chairman, to our CFO.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, before I move on to our next member, so Director, what I've got in front of us in the following legislation, we have an expenditure for the 18, I believe, but I don't see one for the 5.9. So is the 5.9 a future piece coming down the pike, or just so I understand from a legislative flow perspective?
Yeah, through the chair, yes. So
yeah,
there
so
will need to be legislation
right,
to authorize any of the expenditures with respect to the tasers and any future payments to the county.
Right, okay. All right, so then out of this list, the expenditure we're hearing today is what Mr. Jones is here to talk about, but the others will come back, and I obviously suggest going through public safety on that. So right now we're discussing 632, which is the transfer of the dollars, not the expenditures. Councilman Harsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You might have entirely just answered my question. So with 632, this is revenues are exceeding expectations or projections, which is always a good thing, and we're just going to put those revenues back into the general fund with 632. Is that correct, Mr. Chair? Through the Director?
Through the chair, yes. This is a miniaturized version of the operating budget that council adopts. It simply provides the appropriation. Spending authority has to be provided via separate ordinance.
Okay, understood. And then which ordinance is the 18 million for the radios and CAD specifically?
640.
640. Okay. And then the other expenditures mentioned in 632 are not actually before us today. Through
Correct.
The chair. Okay. Then my only quick question, and because we don't need to talk about it today, and I don't want to waste time on it today, but through the chair to the director or to the safety director, wouldn't taser maintenance be something that would be built into the regular safety department budget if we need to regularly spend $6 million to keep tasers working?
To the chair, to Councilman, that's a really good question. It's something that IT is working on now as we go through negotiations, contract negotiations relative to the tasers and other IT-related factors that we have. We're trying to put that all into one package, which will include the maintenance. Right now it's separate, so again, we're working now to incorporate that into one contract.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I don't want to belabor this issue because we're just putting revenue that are exceeding projections back into the general fund, and that's fine. I have no problems with that. I think it would be very interesting for us to do a deep dive in the safety committee on how much it costs to actually tase someone in the city of Cleveland, because $6 million for maintenance on a taser, I don't hear people getting tased very often. I'm really curious what it actually costs us when we actually do tase someone. Is that a $4 million tase? It seems kind of excessive for us to spend $6 million to maintain equipment that we don't use hardly ever. Unless people are out there getting tased all the time and I just don't hear about it.
So, I appreciate that. So our chair here will note that request.
Yeah, that's all.
Yep. No. All right. Thank you,
Thanks.
Councilman.
If I can, real
Director?
briefly to the chair, to Councilman, the tasers are used as a non-lethal option for officers. It's extremely important that our officers, when they're dealing with the general public, that they have less lethal options, and I'm sure you're aware of it with the taser as well as the aspeton, which still has in the pepper spray. Again, we prefer to have our officers, for de-escalation and so forth, and less lethal options, and it's vital for me, and I'm sure you will agree. I prefer to have them have the options to utilize the tasers and the other less lethal options versus obviously a lethal option. Yeah. And if that will prevent our officers from using force, I'm okay with it if our officers never have to use their tasers. I'm okay with our officers never having to use their guns. I'm okay with our officers never having to use pepper spray or asbatons and so forth, but it's important that they have those options available to them.
Thank you.
Fully agree. It would still be interesting to know what that cost is.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Starr.
Thank you, Chairman, and most of my colleagues answered a few of the questions I did have. But one of the things I'm just not understanding is, to us as a council, why don't we have an economics team staff to work for us to help us with these different transfers and ordinance? Through the chair.
Why doesn't council have finance staff on that?
Yeah, why don't we have, meaning every time we come to this table, it's all about budgeting. It's always about money, but we don't have nobody on our staff that tracks each thing that we pass.
So
like an economics team.
Yeah, we do. So Joe Titron tracks all of our finance, all of our legislative flow. He is always available on these questions, so we do.
I think we're doing a disservice. I don't think he has enough to do this. What I mean by that is, Joe Chitron do a lot of community development block grants. He helped with the policy and research team. What I'm saying is just solely economics. Prime example, we can't even come up with a real understanding of the Brown stadiums because we don't have an economics team to be able to break down what it actually looked like, whether the Browns leave or stay. So what I'm saying is, when we pass in ordinances and we say we approve $10 million here out of this budget, how are we tracking that on our staff, on our team, to be able to know? Because all we get is told one thing from the administration, and then we left with very little bit of details, and then you get a ordinance such as 632, where I'm seeing the administration is coming to say something is urgent, which is the quote-unquote term phrase that is used every time we're in recess, and we come in through the summer about getting things done. So when I see this ordinance 632-2024, and I see that you're talking about $24 million, that is a substantial amount of money. And I don't get where's this revenue coming from, how it's breakdown or anything, because we really don't have no leeway as far as from our side to have that. I don't think there's any way for Joe Teicher to be able to track this himself because of how this is being done. So that's just something I would just throw out here to our team, that we should have an economics team that work on all ordinances as it relates to the general fund. So my question next would be through the chair is to our CFO. I know he's leaving us and everything, but how many, through our general funding, all of the dollars that we have in a general fund, where is our general fund funding housed at, in which financial institution?
Through the chair, we have depository relationships with Key, Huntington, and PNC, and there's different funds and accounts held at each. Huntington handles payroll, and then Key and PNC handle various accounts. I don't know off the top of my head what the balances are.
Can we get that is something I would like to know, what is the cash on hand at each one of those financial institutions?
Does our research team have that request to make sure? Director, you got it? Thank you.
And then also, with this ordinance of 632, this is nothing but a transfer of revenue that we just generated within the first 6 months of this year. Through the chair, to make sure I had that clarification.
Director?
Through the chair, yes. So this is revenue that is sitting in our accounts. We just don't have appropriation authority to use the funds. So this is adding to the appropriation established in Ordinance 160/2024, which was passed in March. And then as we've discussed, we'll need separate legislative authority for it to be spent.
And then, so my question then, with this $24 million, we're talking about utilizing these funds to potentially help with our safety division, such as tasers, walkie-talkies, and some other equipment. Through the chair?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Now, through our budgeting that we have for this year, to the chair, to the chief director, congratulations on full official title. Through our budget, how much money did we budget for maintenance and equipment during a general budget?
to the chair, to Councilman Starr, I don't have the information in front of me. It's something that I will have to get for you.
Okay. That's.
Does our staff have that request?
The
repeat the
request would be to get from the general fund budget that we budget as far as maintenance and equipment through our division of police, what was budgeted for them to have as far as equipment, tasers, how much money did we set aside for them to be able to use to be able to handle equipment? Thank you. And then my concern is we get $24 million and then council don't have no real say-so on how that dollars can be spent. I have problems and issues and things I need money to be spent on in my ward, but it's never no money when I ask for money for my ward or when I'm advocating for it. Prime example, I see 24 million and I still can't get 50-50 split on casino funds. I mean, if we did a 50-50 split right here through the chair to the CFO, would that blow a hole in the budget again through the chair?
Director?
Through the chair, I'm certainly not prepared to talk about that topic with this ordinance, so I don't have an answer to your question because it's not something I've been considering.
Okay, and then to your point, we're not prepared to talk about the cash that we have on hand at Key Bank. We're not prepared to be able to talk about the cash on hand at Huntington. We're not prepared to talk about the cash on hand at PNC. We're not prepared to talk about how much money we actually set aside as far as equipment and maintenance for our safety division. I mean, what we just say, let's get a council meeting together and throw together 36 pieces of total legislation and just pass everything. I mean, if you can't define rubber stamp better than that, I don't know what a rubber stamp is. And that's what I'm saying. We do not have the staff in place to help our staff or the infrastructure to help our staff to be able to track this type of things. All we come here to this table is get told one thing, and then we make a rationale. Let's vote on it. Let's vote on it. They said it's 24 million there. Well, where did the 24 million come from? Then, okay, now we say safety have equipment issues. So my question to the chair is to the chief director, safety director, how long have we been having this maintenance issue? I know it ain't just start in May. And I mean by that is because I've been in safety committee meetings with Dean Polensik and the safety committee members, and we had one, maybe two pieces of legislation that's being heard. But now we get a big pot of money, and it's going to be heard during this time of year without going through the actual proper procedures and protocol of council. I think that's a sign of disrespect, and that's just a sign of showing us that we're being treated as a rubber stamp. You ain't got to keep calling. You ain't got to tell me I'm a rubber stamp. Your actions show me that. So my question is, are we looking to pass this today through the chair?
Yes. And Councilman, to clarify, this is not an expenditure. This is moving money. This does not authorize expenditure.
So to that question, so this is the professional way of washing funds so we can be able to have additional funds?
No. So, Councilman, what this is when there is extra money that comes in through revenue because they were higher than normal, we have to add this on to the regular budget because the extra monies were not budgeted for.
So
but this does not spend money, this one right here.
So similar to how we do the transfer ordinances in the fall. Through the chair, is this the same thing?
Through the chair, this is similar to the supplemental appropriation. The supplemental and the transfer are different. The transfer moves money that's already been appropriated and is
to
able
cover
to
the
be
first
spent.
quarter of the year.
The supplemental appropriation, whenever it happens, is adding money to the prior appropriation. This is a supplemental. I also just want to note this ordinance was introduced a month ago. There could have been a lot of questions asked between introduction and today. Similarly, if council wanted to schedule a standalone safety hearing or some other hearing process to hear this over the summer, that would have been fine. I mean, we don't set the calendar.
Understood,
We
Director.
deliver ordinances to council. Council, in partnership with the clerk, establishes the calendar. sets the agenda. We would have been perfectly happy to have any hearing process for this ordinance and any ordinance that is on the agenda today, but this is when we were told to show up.
So to your point through the chair, so that means once again they saying council is messed up. We ain't got our stuff right. I mean, that's how it sounds like. Oh, I introduced it last month, and on June 3rd was your last council meeting. If y'all wanted to hear it, our council president, who's the chair of finance, the committee, should have called a meeting if we had questions. So that just. You could just vote. You could vote me as a no for this 632.
Thank you, Councilman.
And that is just blaring. This is just stupid. Just call it how it is.
And as a note, this was still within administrative review in the law department on the 18th. Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Charles Slife.
Thank you. And so again, we're focused on 632 right now, which is the appropriations.
That is the only thing we're
ordinance,
talking about right now.
I agree that this procedurally is not ideal, but the question to me is there urgency? And I think that the urgency really stems from the spend ordinance that's 640. So, Chairman, I know that it may be a little out of order, but I'm happy to comment on what I understand to be some of the urgency around 640 since it affects ordinance 632.
Do you want to wait to 640, or do you want to
I'm
speak on it
happy
now?
to. I wanted to get on the list in case there were a scenario where 632 would be held without the context of why 640 may be before us.
So the plan is to move 632.
Okay, then I would like to be on the list for 640.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think all the comments I had have been made. Mr. Chairman, you hit it right on the head when you say council has a 100-year process, and I think our process needs to be followed. I do support the police, and I do support the equipment the police need to do their jobs effectively, but I do think that we must stand firm that our process needs to be followed, and our process is our process. Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Bishop. Appreciate that feedback. As always, Councilwoman Moore.
Thank you. Just briefly, in terms of the $24 million that's at play today, obviously noted that it came in from increased incomes. Is that the increased incomes year to date, or is that the increased incomes what are projected out till the end of the year? Through the chair.
Through the chair, it's a combination. So we've looked at actual results, and then we've compared those actual results to what we've experienced historically over the last 20 plus years to project where we reasonably expect to end the year. And this 24 million is the result of that science and art that still gives us, we think, plenty of cushion so that we're not overextending the general fund budget on the expenditure side this year, but allows us to satisfy some of these really critical needs that we have.
Got it. Thank you. I'll also have questions when 640 itself comes forward, but briefly on the $150,000, the $250,000 allocations, I just want to confirm my understanding. One of them is going directly into salary for an individual hired within the city to implement the Home for Every Neighbor program through the chair?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And has that person already been hired through the chair?
Through the chair, I don't know. I don't believe so, because we don't have appropriation for them.
Okay. And the $150,000 for the consultant for the TIF, will that go out to RFP through the chair?
So through the chair, we, in an effort to expedite process, we put an RFP out a couple of months ago, and we've got responses back, and we're vetting those and not obviously doing anything until we have appropriation to actually enter into a contract.
And so through the chair, under our council spending authorization, do you anticipate coming back to the council with the individual who will be getting this contract to confirm the spend through the chair?
Through the chair, it'll depend on the nature of the agreement and the dollar amount. So, there's the $50,000 threshold for needing additional legislative authority. And so as we negotiate with the vendor, we'll know kind of where that lands, and then if we need to come back, we will.
Thank you. Through the chair, it's a $150,000 allocation. So are you saying you are anticipating multiple contracts under $50,000? Because otherwise it should absolutely be coming back, right? Through the chair?
Through the chair, we were being conservative in the dollar amount so that the appropriation would cover the services, but our hope is that we get obviously the best price that we possibly can, and if we are under that threshold, then we would just enter into the contract. But if it's over the 50, then of course we'll be back to council.
Okay, so you're allocating upwards of 3 times as much as you're hoping to spend on this contract through the chair?
Yes, and through the chair. And if it doesn't get spent, it just returns to the general fund at the end of the year.
Yeah. I guess my concern overall is that any consultant about TIF dollars is fundamentally a philosophical approach. You're picking a philosophy about how you want to spend TIF dollars. And the consultant we pick for that TIF work is going to be critical. So it's concerning to me that we don't have a commitment that we will know who will receive this particular award, since it seems like they're providing the expertise. There's a lot of different philosophies out there about how best to structure and use TIF dollars, and we've seen that already come to a head here in council. But it seems like you want to pick that person behind the scenes without coming to council to confirm who it'll be through the chair.
Through the chair, I don't know that I would describe it that way. This consultant is specifically on sort of economic analysis, not on the policy making behind how TIFs are structured. This is assessing revenue streams and giving us comfort that projected revenues will be what others around the in the economic development ecosystem are suggesting that they will be, so that we have confidence with what we're committing to on a TIF. This kind of service will not implicate kind of the policy behind what TIFs we enter into, for what purposes. It's really just math.
Yeah, it's always interesting when something is math and when something is policy. It's amazing that those often, you try to keep them apart when you want to, and then they come together when it's most important. I would expect that the RFP itself has already been public and is up on the city website. Is that correct, through the chair?
Through the chair, I believe it's on the website, but I'd have to confirm.
Yeah, I would expect it would be. Would you commit to sharing both the responses and the rubric to assess those responses with council through the chair?
Director?
Through the chair, yes.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Does our research staff have that request? Thank you much. Councilman Hairston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't take up as much time. My colleagues have done a great job today. Just to pick up where Councilwoman's, I was going to call you Spencer, I'm sorry, Mara left off. We could require in the ordinance that the administration comes back to us for approval before contracting with whoever they decide to go with for the TIF consultant or the homeless services representative. So, I'm happy to add that amendment in the piece that requires administration to come back, not only obviously for the expend portion of the ordinance, but before they enter into a contract. I know law department is here, whether that would be allowable. But going back to the $150,000 for the homeless piece, Emily Collins has been working on this work, and I'm not sure why we are going to spend another $150,000 to pay someone in addition to Emily, who's already hired with the city, to do the same work that she's doing. Through the chair, to the administration, can you explain that to me?
Through the chair, yeah, it's simply to add capacity. Emily's only one person and can only do so much, and there's a tremendous amount of work to do in managing the relationships with the day-to-day with the partners in the county, and the person in this role will simply help ensure that there's enough capacity provided to the project.
Sure. Through the chair to the administration, when I look at a lot of the things that we are doing as relates to working with outside partners, such as the Westside Market, such as others that we are working across the city, I don't see large teams working together on these issues. I see individuals who are who is the contact person or the point person within the city that interacts with many of these organizations outside of 601. I understand what the difference is between this work and all the other work that we're doing with external partners when they are staffed with several other individuals to help them support their work. You have another staff person, Kate Warren, is doing a lot of work on her own as relates to a lot of the Baker Tilly work, contracting work. There's a lot of the work that she's working on. There's work that Jessica's working on. And I can name many others, including on our side of the hall as well, that are not doing this work with 2, 3, 4, and 5 other people or individuals or contractual services to support their work. So what is the difference here with the work that Emily's doing versus the work that other staff members are doing, and the need to add additional capacity to support those efforts?
So through the chair, Emily is working on a variety of other projects as well, and we want her work with House for Everyone to succeed, and I think it's in her managerial judgment that she's going to need, and this project is going to need additional hands to ensure that it succeeds. And so that's simply the philosophy here.
Sure. Has the administration filled, specifically in the mayor's office, has the mayor's office filled the rest of those vacant positions there?
I'm sorry, through the chair, the vacant positions in the mayor's office?
Correct.
I'd have to confirm. I'm not sure.
Okay. So when we started the budgeting process, there were several vacant positions in that office. So in my opinion, you could take one of those positions that the mayor's have in his office and hire somebody from his office to help do the work, and not add additional $150,000 here to support Ms. Collins and the work that she's doing. So, Mr. Chair, I would recommend that we not include this $150,000 in this ordinance, that they can take the money from the mayor's office to help support their direct staff in their office to help do this work. We also receive a lot of support, and really the county has been taking the lead on this work. We are, supplemental support to the homeless efforts to, decrease and address homelessness here in the city of Cleveland. And I would think it would be appropriate, taking a position out of vacant positions that is in that office to support their staff in that office would be most appropriate. Thirdly, Mr. Chair, to the administration, see that the $5.9 million is not just for taser maintenance. It's actually for taser maintenance, medical examiner payments, AFIS. Can someone explain to me what AFIS is, through the chair?
It's the automatic fingerprinting identification system.
Okay, all right. So the maintenance for that fingerprinting system, we contract that out, or is that also done by the county for us?
To the chair, it was contracted out to the county. That's correct. The medical examiner's office.
Okay, the medical examiner's office handles that for us. Okay, got it. What portion of the $5 million through the chair is for? Do we have a breakdown of the $5.9 million for each of the 4 categories that we're looking to fund?
Yep. Through the chair to the council members, so the 5.9 breakdown. So about 3.6 million is the Axon taser maintenance. Another 2 million is the medical examiner's office, and the director can talk about the services the medical examiner's office provides for the division. Then another 107,000 is for the AFIS payments. And then the last piece is our next generation 911 system, also through the county. We got some additional dispatch consoles for 911, and that's approximately 146,000. And that gets you to about your 5.9 million.
Got it. Director, can you share a little bit more about what the medical examiner is doing for us for this $2 million?
To the chair, Councilman Harrison. Yes, the AFIS, which is obviously automatic fingerprinting identification system, that's when the individuals that are arrested or processed, their fingerprints go into the system and checked throughout the United States for wants and warrants. Also, the medical examiners actually test firearms that are confiscated through the Division of Police and its members. They're test fired and they're processed through the ME's office. Those are some of the things that the medical examiner's office do for the Division of Police on a regular basis, primarily daily for the Division of Police.
Got it. Thank you. That helps. I read after reading the executive summary, I see that there was multiple items and not just $5.9 million for taser maintenance. To me, that seemed a bit excessive. to provide maintenance for tasers. So this is a bit more clear for me, understanding now the breakdown of the $5.9 million. So, Mr. Chair, I'll wrap up just to say that, again, I think that we need to add amendment to this ordinance that will require the administration to come back to this body for approval before entering into a contract with a TIF consultant, so that way we are aware of who they are choosing, why they're choosing, and all those who have applied and submitted responses to the RFP or RFQ that has been submitted by, put out by the administration. Again, I don't believe that the $150K is needed at this time to help implement the homeless project that this body has funded and was wholeheartedly supportive of. I think that support can be achieved by vacancies that currently exist in the mayor's office to support a staff person who is directly out of the mayor's office already doing this work.
Thank you, Councilman. So do I have two amendments or one? I got the amendment on the TIF.
Right.
Okay, you want to run with that one?
We can. I don't know.
Okay. I'm sorry, are you proposing it, or are you saying you believe that?
Well, I believe that we should. I'm happy to propose it, but I wanted to leave it there in case there's others who wanted to add further discussion to both of those amendments before we put them. It will be two separate amendments.
Is there any, we don't have a motion, so there's no discussion without a motion.
Yeah.
Point of information, Councilman
right.
Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for clarification, Mr. Chairman, can you say the amendments again?
Councilman, can you repeat the two?
So my idea was that we require, one, we eliminate the $150K for the additional staff individuals to support for the homeless project, that we recommend that they use open positions that exist in the mayor's office to support the staff person out of the mayor's office who's currently doing this work. And then the second was also that we require that prior to entering into contract or awarding a contract for the TIF consultant, that comes back to council for approval.
Thank you. And I'll just note, Mr. Chair, I think the TIF amendment makes sense. I will say that the unhoused issue is unbelievably out of control in my community. So I'm not prepared personally to support the second one, but I'm fully hear you on the TIF one. That's just my commentary. Do you want to start with the TIF amendment, Councilman?
I'm happy to do so.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, just make an amendment to the ordinance that requires the administration to come back to this body for approval before providing choosing a consultant and entering into contract with a consultant for TIF consultant, that they come back to this body for approval. I can walk with the law department to rearrange that language.
Yeah.
For it to be appropriate.
Any contract for the TIF requiring additional legislative authority.
Right. Even again, make sure we capture the fact that before they send an award, tell the contractor there will be an award that we've chosen you, they need to come back to us for approval.
Okay, so prior to any notification or entering into contract,
correct,
the contract piece. Before I go to number 12, who has the second, I want to look to our law department to make sure that they've got that amendment.
Yes, to the chair. So any contract pertaining to professional TIF services shall require additional legislative authority, or that encompass it?
As well as notification to a successful bidder. Councilman Moore? Second from Councilman Moore. Do I have any discussion on the amendment?
Information.
Councilman Plensik.
It was, again, clarify, I thought that they'd have to come back on all the various components within enabling legislation.
So depending, if it's under $50,000, they would not.
Right.
So I think Councilman Harrison just wants to make sure that before election is made, that it comes back to this body.
Fine. Thank you. Thank you.
Any additional discussion on the amendment?
No.
Madam Chair, please call the roll on the amendment.
Yes.
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 Thank you, Madam Clerk. The amendment carries. And then Councilman Hairston, did you want to propose the other as well?
Again, you know, that is my thoughts, my
Okay.
feelings, my recommendation, not of anybody else's. I mean,
Sure.
you know, if the body is okay with, as it is written, the 150K for the homeless, support to implement the homeless initiative, and I'm sorry, I don't know the exact program name. Yes. Then I'm fine with it. I just, you know, we have space already that we can support this work in open positions, and we should be looking there first before adding additional dollars to services or employees, and we already have space that's open, you know, for that work. So I'm happy to hold it, you know, because the chief did not know whether the positions in the office were filled. So because of that, I'm happy to hold that. But if we get back where there are several vacant positions in that office, then we should come back to this and look at, you know, removing this. So I'm happy to hold it for now.
Thank you, Councilman. I think that approach makes sense. And again, I would just note that.
Sure.
And I agree with you around understanding the vacant positions. Again, I would just note from my perspective, every single day my inbox is full with concerns from community members about both the well-being of unhoused folks, from unhoused, you know, relating from unhoused folks about housing access. So I understand that the city's current program is meant to be temporary, because truthfully, this is a county function.
Yes.
But obviously, the city's had to take a more of a leadership role recently to ensure that we're getting done what we got to get done. But I think it's understood that this program is not meant to permanently be a city program, as the county gets the social service levy dollars to do this work. Quite frankly, unfortunately, we've had to step up to do a lot more in this space.
And Mr. Chair, understood, loud and clear. I agree with you. It's a problem that we have to address, that we need to step in and support. Again, fully supportive, not saying that we should not support our own house, and that is not what I'm saying at all. We need to give them as much of support as we can. But it all came down to whether we can do this with in-house staff or adding additional dollars to go outside and hire outside individuals. Thank you.
Thank you, and maybe the county council members should focus more on this than
I agree.
Jail. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I am in full support of making sure that the administration receives the $150,000. We have a major issue in our neighborhood. That money needs to be there so that they can begin the proposition of hiring someone immediately. Now, I don't know all of the particulars of the department, and I know that we've given out a lot of money, but I got a problem, Mr. Chairman, in my neighborhood. And then do we know, Mr. Chairman, to the director, who is going to be hired to do this work? Do we have any kind of idea? Normally, if you allocate some money, you have some idea about something.
Director?
Through the chair, I'm not part of that hiring process, so I do not know what the plans are in terms of who.
And then I'm kind of sore, Mr. Chairman, that our CFO is leaving us, and I don't know why he's leaving us. And so why are you leaving us?
All right.
And I'm going to say that sitting here at the table, I'm mad as hell about it. And
Mr.
Chairman,
if I can request,
hold on.
we put that in.
Let me finish.
The end of the.
So I kind of like want to fight a little bit, because we just got you in here and you're doing a good job, and to see you leave or to even hear to talk about it bothered me as soon as I got the news about it. So I just wanted to put that in there. Now, who do I talk to that can get me somebody in my neighborhood to help me with the homeless issues that I have right now. And they're starting to increase. And I've never seen anything quite like what I'm seeing right now in the Lee Harvard area.
Through the chair, I would suggest calling your county council representative and members of the county administration.
You asking for $150,000,
here,
Mr. Chairman. So I want to be able to talk to you because I'm sitting here giving you the money.
Yeah.
So I want you
Emily
to be
Collins,
able to. Mr. Chairman, I want you to be able to tell me. I don't want you to refer me off somewhere else because then I tell the chairman I'm opposed against $150,000. I need to know who here that can help me take care of the situation.
Through the chair, Emily Collins in the mayor's office has been leading this work on the city to the extent the city's part of it. The staff person that will be hired with this appropriation will actually be housed in the Department of Public Health, and so there's tie-ins there as well. But I would encourage you to reach out to Emily as the point of contact, and then she can help get you connected to the right people in the administration. But, you know, I said it half jokingly, the county is really the lead entity with respect to this issue. And, you know, she's been working really closely with counterparts at the county and I think could also help make those connections.
And Councilman, I'll note, Emily has worked at a incredible pace and is really a great addition to the city. So I'd encourage you to reach out and meet with her. She's exceptional.
Thank you.
Would you allow a point, Councilman Jones?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Moore?
To the distinguished lady
Moore.
down there, I sure would.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. I almost admitted as a point to what Chairman McCormack was saying, which is that because I work with Emily very closely on lead-safe housing, and those are really her two wheelhouses, lead and homelessness services, I can tell you that she is at capacity and she is working extremely hard on all of these topics, and additional staff support really would help us move forward both projects. So I continue to be very supportive of this work and truly thank her for making some great strides in a short amount of time.
No doubt, no doubt. Councilman? Thank you, Councilman. Director, I was going to save it to the end, but since Councilman Jones invoked it, we are all very sad to see your news that came out publicly. You've been an incredible public servant, you know, to the city of Cleveland, and have contributed way more than we could ever pay you, I'm sure. Do you want, because it was invoked, I'll allow it, do you want to give a 10-second appreciation to your friends on council?
That's going to be 5 seconds.
Well, thank you. It's bittersweet to be leaving. It's been a tremendous run the last 2.5 years. I think we've got a lot done, and I think thinking back at the earlier conversation, the city is in a financial condition that I think few of us could have anticipated back in 2020, 2021, being in this position in 2024, to even be able to talk about $24 million extra dollars to help pay for some of our critical needs. So, it's been great. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm old enough to remember when we were $30 million in the red when I was on this council, and Mike has been there a couple times as well. So you remember default. So again, really appreciate your contributions to the city, and it was almost impossible to imagine who could replace Sharon Dumas, but you've done a great job in her shoes, so I want to acknowledge that and appreciate that. Yeah. All righty, and we could do miscellaneous love for him after his piece is up, but without any further questions, Ordinance 632, 2024 stands approved. Please sign. All right, Director, 640, 2024. This is somewhat of a continuation from that piece. And I'm sorry, that's, what's the number on that, Mike? 632 as amended, stands approved. Forgive me. All righty, Ordinance 640, 2024 is amended by Council Members Polensek and Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Finance to enter into various contracts for the law enforcement records management system, the computer-aided dispatch system, the officer intervention program, and to enter into various other contracts to implement this ordinance. Director, before we jump into this, pertaining to the piece we just heard, this is the 18 million, is that correct?
Through the chair, that's
so
correct.
This is the 18 million out of the 24 that we just heard that is in front of us today. The other pieces, again, will return to us forward legislative authority, the other expends, with the exception of the new position, which is just a line item. So, okay, Director.
So through the chair to the council, I'll turn it over to Larry in a moment, but I do want to note just high level, the 18 million in front of you is what would pay for the costs of the new radios and the new dispatch system. We are working aggressively with our legislative representatives in Columbus to obtain additional funding from the federal government to offset some of the local costs of this project. And we are confident that we will see some significant grant money from the feds to help offset our costs. So I think ideally we don't end up spending all of this 18 million because we've been successful working with DC and getting grant dollars in to support this work. But the 18 million is enough to get our work done with or without the grant money. And with that, I'll turn it over to Larry.
Director, always start chain of command here, sir.
Thank you to the chair. Yeah, Larry's going to lead. He has a PowerPoint presentation relative to ordinance number 640, 2024, as it relates to the CAD system, RMS system, as well as the 800 megahertz radios that we need, not just for the Division of Police, but all of public safety, Division of Fire, EMS, Animal Care Control, and Police.
Thank you. And Larry, I just know you as Larry. What's your title, my man?
Yep. Through the chair, Deputy Commissioner.
All right, Deputy Commissioner, take us away.
All right. So, good morning, council members. This is a public safety technology investment. So this really continues Mayor Bibb's RISE initiative as it relates to the investment in technology for public safety. And it also touches on some of our DOJ consent decree requirements. So this piece right here really moves us forward. So I'm going to jump into a quick overview with our CAD system. So CAD is computer-aided dispatch. So if anybody hasn't been to the dispatch center, CAD is essentially that system that tracks dispatch any 911 call. So as soon as that call for service comes in, CAD is the system used by our dispatchers, our officers in the field. This is how we monitor what units are in the field, what services are needed. And that CAD call stays open from the event creation till it's closed. Once that event is closed, both fire and police really on more so of the post-incident investigation. That's where they use the tool. EMS, not so much. EMS has a patient care reporting system where they do their deep dive analysis of what happened and what took place. The other component of that really focuses on the division is the records management system. So essentially that CAD incident starts everything. That records management system is where that police report call for service officially ends, and that's where that reporting structure begins. So just to give you a current state where we stand with our CAD and RMS system. So we've had our platforms probably in place, I would say probably since about 2007. We've had two separate vendors, one for CAD, which is Hexagon. The other vendor, Tyler Technologies, is our records management system. Both of these are competing vendors. They have interfaces, however, we do not see the benefits. So what I'll touch on is one of the things we suffer from is insufficiencies as it relates to some of our officers' productivity. For instance, when it came to the consent decree requirements, because of the platforms we're on, we don't have the ability to make custom changes, to update fields, update forms, so we had to purchase additional software. We had to purchase additional software that didn't tie into those existing systems. So for instance, when an officer completes a stop form that's required for the consent decree, they have to enter the CAD number again. They have to enter the person's name and address. They have to fill out so much information that, they're repeating this stuff 3 or 4 different times depending on the different systems that they have to actually interact with. So again, when you're going from call to call, that takes away from that officer's productivity. That also is a deterrent when it comes to us hiring folks, because we don't have the latest and greatest technology that will allow these officers to thrive and allow folks who are looking at the division to say, Cleveland is at the forefront and moving forward as it relates to technology. So one of the things is we really wanted to look at the different players in the CAD RMS space and really look for a combined system. And this work didn't just start over the past couple months. So really 2022, so we're about 2 years into this investment as it relates to looking for a CAD RMS system. So we did demos and we have leads from police, fire, EMS. So they put together their requirements, and we did demos with what we consider major city vendors. So Motorola Solutions, Hexagon, Axon is entering the space, Tyler Technologies, Mark 43, Central Square. One of the things that we always lean with is the most important thing is our CAD system. That's where everything starts. Our EMS division actually uses the CAD system to its full extent. So a lot of vendors, I would warn them that you need to be able to meet the needs of EMS. And some vendors overlook that and just were interested in, this is what the division of police needs. However, if EMS isn't happy, we're not moving forward with their CAD and record system. So when it came down to that, there's really two players who really dominate the space that EMS needs, and that's the Motorola Solutions product, and then that was the Hexagon product. So from there, those two products, then we could get police in the conversation and say, let's start looking at records management systems that will meet your needs, knowing that because of the way EMS uses our CAD system, that their needs would be met and they wouldn't suffer any deficiencies from any switch. So really the next couple things that we discussed was, do we do this ourselves, or do we look at a shared model of potentially partnering, have a regional system? There's some benefits to having a regional system, and in the past, Cleveland has always done it themselves. So to our benefit and to our own detriment, we've kind of been an island. So us operating our own system, we don't know what's taking place with our suburban partners, those folks who border us, because we only have access to our own data. So we really started to explore what a shared model as it relates to CAD and records would look for us too. Also, there was a huge price savings. So one of the things I will tell you, about a year ago, we did get a proposal from Motorola for radios and CAD system. It was about $26 million. That's when the finance director essentially told us to get out the office, and we're not moving forward with $26 million to do this on our own. So as I mentioned, about $7 million to do this ourselves, with a shared approach about $4 million. So we also started looking at, we have a Motorola radio system, what integration as it relates to the call taking system and the radio. So all those things play key features into us moving to a shared system. The other thing is, we've done this before and we've seen great benefits from this. So the radio system. So currently our radio system is a partnership between the City of Cleveland and the Southwest Council of Government. So that's expanded now to about 49 municipalities who are on the Cleveland radio system today. So we know this shared model works. Excuse me. And it's also benefited as it relates to large scale of incidents and incident management. So from that perspective, Chagrin Valley has kind of taken the lead as it relates to creating a shared platform. So they have currently over 35 municipalities that are on their system. So this was very intriguing to us for the fact that bringing up those border cities, so whether it's Shaker Heights, whether it's the city of Euclid, knowing that somebody had just been stopped in the Shaker Heights and now they're in Lee Harvard, that information we didn't have before, but being in a joint system, we would now have that information, and that gives our officers more situational awareness to understand what is going on, what's taking place. Unfortunately, we've had a lot of police chases that have come into our city. Having a shared system, knowing from our CAD perspective that those units are entering into the city again, just gives us more situational awareness and more of a response. We can't prevent the chase, however, we can be proactive and know, hey, there was a chase, there's a crash, and get those resources there as soon as possible. The biggest thing I wanted to make certain about the shared system is Cleveland still maintains its own autonomy. So basically, we would have our own instance of the system. So our system administrators still stay in place. We control permissions of the system. Our dispatchers are still the ones taking, receiving calls, dispatching units. So from that model, nothing's changing as it relates to our operations and our dispatchers for the city. So the benefits that I spoke of, so essentially the officer awareness, situational awareness, seeing those calls for service from other jurisdictions, dispatchers can now see the other units. So at times there's been task force units between the city and the sheriff's office. We have no visibility on our CAD map that the sheriff's office are in our city pulling over units or doing any of those things during their deployment. With a shared system, we would be able to share that information and have eyes into that. The biggest component is the radio system integration. When I talk about the radios a little bit later, you'll understand what a key component radio integration will play into this CAD system. The biggest thing is reduced implementation. So Chagrin Valley system is up and running. It's been up and running since October of 2023. So the fact is that we're going to a system that they've already beat out the bugs. They've beat it up from a end user standpoint perspective. So essentially, we're going to be able to take advantage of the infrastructure, the templates that they've already created, and tailor those to the operations of the city. So whether it's police, fire, EMS, we're starting with a huge lead off as it relates to the system and getting it up and running and configured. Again, the infrastructure savings. So typically just to spin up a FlexPod environment to house a new system is probably $300,000 to about $400,000 investment. Because we're utilizing shared infrastructure, we're not making that cost up front. So again, that's saving us time, that's saving us infrastructure, that's saving us configuration. Yep. Moving over to the portable radios. So as the director and CFO mentioned, radios are utilized by the public safety divisions really for mission critical operations. So responses to 911 calls, it's vital to their day-to-day operations. It's part of their day-to-day. We had an incident where the radio system went down. Radios are so important that the director will tell you officers will actually go back to the district if the radio system goes down. That's how dependent the radio system is for officers. These are purpose-built, they're ruggedized, they're meant to withstand drops, they're meant to withstand the environment changes. So these are rough and tugged radios. So these aren't the, Sam's Club run-of-the-mill radio you can get. These are heavy-duty radios that are meant typically for a 10-year life cycle. So to that point, the original radio system upgrade was actually deployed in 2012. So essentially, we've deployed radios to police, fire, EMS, and they've been out in the field. There's been some fixes, hot swaps, replacements, but basically, well over 10 years, these radios have been in the hands of police, fire, EMS for their day-to-day operations. At the end of December of 2023, essentially, those radios are now out of support. So that means there's no more Radio Depot where we can send a broken knob, hey, fix this, replace this. At this point, we're going to be forced to buy all new radios. So currently, we do have a surplus of the existing radio equipment. However, we're at the point where it's time to do a complete radio refresh. And just to put this in layman's terms, essentially, think about having a cell phone from 2012 and using it today to do your day-to-day business. So essentially, we're looking to upgrade the radios for police, fire, EMS to basically give them the latest and greatest technology and essentially more so future-proof that investment as we lean forward into where radios are going. Most importantly, the Division of Fire. So both fire and bomb squad have what they call intrinsically sealed radios. So essentially, these radios are built so there's no combustion. They can't be keyed up and cause a spark that can cause an explosion. Because of the age of their radios, we can't get the intrinsically sealed batteries anymore. So this is why this is a mission critical thing that we've got to get those radios replaced for those divisions as soon as possible. So as it relates to the breakout for radios, so just to give you an idea, as it relates to the Division and Fire, so their suppression unit, there's about 259 radios that we're looking at replacing. For their command and control, there's about 70 portable radios. The Division of Police, we have 1,350 radios for Division of Police. Bomb Squad has 10 radios, EMS 125, and also Animal care and control is often overlooked, but we're not. So there's about 26 radios that we're going to replace for those folks as well. Not only will we get training and deployment support, but these radios will also come with a 5-year warranty. One of the things that we're building in at the urging of the director is we're now coming up with a refreshment model as well. So we don't want to be back here in 10 years to say, hey, we're going to need $13 million again. We're going to work on a refreshment plan so that we can gradually spread this refreshment out over the years, so we're not in this situation where we're coming and saying, hey, 13 million is needed today to do this overhaul all at one time.
On that point.
Very specifically, we're going to wait generally for questions after Mr. Jones's presentation, but.
So I just want to make sure that what we're allocating here today is going to be a part of that transition and what you're talking about. You're not going to be coming back for more money for the refreshing up.
Yep. So through the chair to the council members, so typically how we do PC refresh today. So essentially, we get a capital budget and we allocate so much of the capital funding to do a refresh. So my counterpart, Brad Hankey, Office of Radio Communication, I would work with Brad to make sure between the capital and the operating budgets, we would basically put together our refresh plan. So no, this is a wholesale upgrade today, and then that refresh plan you'll see come forward in future budgets.
Thank you. Continue, please.
So as I talked about the radios, one of the things we really want to get to is future-proofing the radios. So right now, radios are now basically enhanced smartphones to a certain extent. So today, the radios can do mapping functionality. So why is that important? That is, there's AVL on the police vehicle. However, once that officer leaves that car, and if they're on a foot chase, we're dependent on that officer to use that radio to tell them their location. However, with these radios, we can now add GPS and know where that officer is at. So if there is an issue where that officer is in trouble, that GPS will come through our systems and we'll be able to locate that officer. Also, one of the things is actually radio programming. So Brad will tell you he spends a lot of time physically touching every single radio. Now with these radios having LTE built into them, Brad will be able to program these radios basically over a cellular network. So instead of having to touch 1,350 radios for the Division of Police, if there's an update to the template or change, Brad can now push that out basically over through the air instead of physically touching all those radios. One of the key things that we don't have today that we will with these radios is when it comes to the CAT RMS system. So think about your motorcycle units, think about your foot patrol, bike patrol. Today, they don't have the ability to get updates from the CAT system. With the integration of the RMS and CAT system and these radios, we can now push information, whether it's a return, whether it's a CAD assignment, to that radio. So that officer could look at their radio, see their assignment, or communicate back and forth with dispatch. So again, we're adding those features, functionalities to essentially enhance their operations, as well as there's going to be additional smart public safety apps that come out through these radios that we'll be able to take advantage of.
All right, if we could just, the cadence a little bit. So
Sure.
I love all this information, but I've got a lot today,
Sure,
so
no problem. So essentially, we've talked through this. This is just the ecosystem of the 911 call to the CAD system and the radio. Data collection, and this ties into officer prevention and why this is a consent decree component. As I mentioned, the various systems that the officers are entering into, just to give you an idea, when it comes to the Brazos forms, there were over about 28,000 forms that were entered. Officers had to enter all that information essentially over CAD number, name, address, all that information. With the combined CAD and record system, we can now create those forms within the template. So a lot of that information will be pre-populated, saving the officer time. And also, we don't have data errors where the officer spelled 205 West St. Clair 5 different ways, transposed numbers in the CAD incident. So it means clean data coming into the system, which allows our analysts to analyze the data quicker and get those reports out even quicker. So from that component ties right into the consent decree. So as it relates to data, and where we're at right now is we have these systems in place, but one of the things we're missing is a officer intervention program. The main component of that is that we don't have the warning set in place to say, Officer Joe Smith had 3 uses of force. he's now triggered this higher warning where a supervisor should get involved and say, okay, have they done their bias-free training? Have they completed their use of force training? Are they using the correct de-escalation tactics? So the goal is to allow us to take the CAD record system as well as use of force systems and combine it into this benchmark analytics platform, which will essentially provide us those metrics where we know when to intervene with an officer, what type of assistance support is needed. One of the key things is that there are 11 items in the consent decree that we're essentially non-compliant on. This software will help us address all 11 of those. So we've been working hard with Dr. Anderson, who's here, who can answer additional questions if that comes up, with how we can put this platform on place and essentially sit it on top of our CAD record systems and also our use of force systems to get this data to not only the officers but the supervisors and also report out. So this is a key component. And yes. And most importantly, budget-wise. So exactly what are we looking at? So for the records CAD system, this includes our mobile CAD, field-based reporting, DOJ data collection initiatives, moving to digital tickets. So today we're still doing paper-based tickets. So believe it or not, there's a lockbox and somebody goes from district to district picking up paper tickets, bringing them down to the Justice Center. With this platform, we want to move to digital tickets, electronic signatures. So that is a huge win where we need to be at basically in 2024 as it relates to citations. Smartphone integration. So as I mentioned, today on our CAD record system, I can't use my smartphone. On this next platform, you'll be able to use your smartphone to get CAD information, get updates. If the director's out of town, something's going on, he will be able to follow along the incident with his smartphone. Training, implementation, interfaces, all that combined is a cost about $4,250,000. As it relates to the 800 megahertz portable radios, 1,840 radios, we broke that out for each of the divisions, what that looks like, and that's approximately the $13 million. The last two components, the officer intervention program is about $300,000. And then professional services. So I will tell you 2016, 17, and 18, I handled project management. I spent probably a good 12 months out of the year dedicated to implementing the CAD upgrade and the field-based reporting project. Given my new title, I don't have that opportunity to be that hands-on with the project. So we are definitely going to need a outside project management firm, a company who can assist us with working with all three divisions to ensure that the training's done, the rollout's completed, and we go through a graceful cutover from the existing platform to the next platform to ensure our success moving forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones, as always, for your very thorough and informative presentation. Unlike Chief Albanama, you're never allowed to leave us, so we're just saying that up front. But that was a very helpful and thorough presentation. Anything to add, Direct? I don't know if there's anything to add there. It was a very thorough. All right, let me kick it off with our chairman, Mike Polensek.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues, to the finance director, the safety director, and Larry Jones. You've indicated that this is time sensitive. Explain to us why.
Through the chair to the council members, so one of the biggest issues is the fire and bomb radios. So that component of making sure they have the equipment to complete their job and go into the situations that they're required to as part of their duties. We want to make sure we get their radios refreshed as soon as possible. The other thing is the consent decree, as there's a moving target for us to get into compliance. Working with Dr. Anderson, there's been a lot of work on the data end. This is one of those key components as the benchmark analytics that will move. As I mentioned, there's 11 paragraphs that this addresses. So we've been focused on a lot of the equipment and resources as it relates to the consent decree and moving those items from either operational to general compliance. So this is a huge key component.
So how long has the administration or safety been working on this?
So as I mentioned, there's a couple things. So as it relates to CAD and records, this has been over a 2-year journey. As I mentioned, probably about a year ago, there was an original proposal for about $26 million that came to the director, and at that point, we've been working hard to beat up our vendors to say $26 million isn't going to cut it. We need to figure out how we get this price lower and how we still get essentially everything we need for the divisions.
Okay, because to the chair and to my honorable colleagues, this came physically to us on the 24th. So you understand our concerns. You say you've been working on this for years. We get it on the 24th here in council. And now we're asked that we've got to move it expeditiously because it's time sensitive. So going back to some of my other colleagues' comments, that's what raises the concerns here, is that we get stuff at the 11th hour, and then we're asked to move it, and we want to be supportive, and we've always have been supportive, because I'm not aware of anything that we have held pertaining to public safety. We have not. And the administration has acknowledged that. But we want to do our jobs as well. So here we are. So you are recommending Motorola?
Through the chair, correct.
Okay. Do we have to, through the chair, do we have to pay Chagrin Valley?
Through the chair, correct. So this would be a shared partnership. So we're essentially utilizing their infrastructure, their site licenses. So there's a cost savings to us. If we did this ourselves, we're probably looking at about $7 million. Partnering with Chagrin, taking advantage of the infrastructure that's in place, we're looking at about $4 million. So there's a huge cost savings to us moving forward with a partnership instead of doing this ourselves.
Okay, is Chagrin Valley a nonprofit? What are they? Who are they?
Through the chair to the council member, they're essentially almost a council of governments. So they handle dispatching for approximately 35 different municipalities across Cuyahoga County. I believe their governance, I believe the mayor of Euclid chairs their shared governance committee. I can provide additional details of how their shared governance model is set up if needed.
So through the chair, it is not a county-run operation, Chagrin Valley.
Through the chair to the council member, correct. This is not Cuyahoga County.
They are a separate standalone business. That's what I'm saying. I'm not clear. Nonprofit. What entity are they?
Through the chair, it's a governmental entity formed cooperatively by essentially the members of the Chagrin Valley Dispatch.
So like an RTA or something?
A council of governments.
Yeah.
I don't know what the technical term is in the revised code, but it's an entity that is authorized under the revised code for sort of collaboration among municipalities.
So we are not giving them any of our dispatch responsibilities, correct?
Through the chair to the council member, correct. We will maintain our dispatchers. Our dispatchers will continue to dispatch police, fire, EMS.
Okay. The warranty on the radios, you've indicated, well, first of all, in your the information you provided to us, you use the terms refresh. Is it refresh or new?
So I say PC refresh. It's a new unit.
Okay.
Refresh replacement. They're brand new units.
Okay. So it's a 5-year warranty on the units. On the present contract that we have, which I believe is with Motorola as well, correct?
That is correct.
What was the warranty on those units?
Those units were warranted up until December of 2023. So we originally purchased those units in 2012. So we got approximately 11 years out of.
So I've been told they were warranted for 10 years. So we're going to a 5-year warranty. Why?
So that's 5-year warranty with the purchase of a unit. However, radios typically have a 10-year life cycle. So essentially, Motorola will tell us when these radios are end of life. We do not expect these radios to go out of life in 5 years.
But the warranty is only for 5 years. But the previous warranty was 10.
So through the chair to the council member, no, the warranty out the box is 5 years. However, we will still have maintenance and warranty services on these radios.
With Motorola for 10 years?
Correct.
And that's in the contract or the agreement?
Through the chair, correct.
Okay, you're going to supply that to us, okay? for verification. So right now, what does each radio cost?
Through the chair to the council member, radios are approximately, for the ones that the Division of Fire and Bomb Squad would need,
Right.
you're probably looking at about almost $7,000 a unit. The units that EMS, police, and animal care and control would have are probably about $6,000 a unit.
Okay.
For
For a handheld radio, similar to the unit. And we actually have some in the room if you guys would.
Yes. The 450,000, do you have a vendor picked for that already?
Through the chair to the council member, we don't have a vendor picked yet.
So you're going to go out, is that going to need to come back before us?
Through the chair, I think based on the legislation, we would be able to go out for RFP and then go through border control to award a vendor based on this legislation.
I am going to, we're going to make an amendment here that component is going to have to come back to us. We need to know who that vendor is. This is a sizable contract of $450,000. Let me see what else I have here. You've indicated that this will comply with 11 sections within a consent decree. Dr. Anderson, thank you for coming to the table. You want to briefly confirm that?
And please introduce yourself. Thank you. This one's fire as I pass it.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, on the point,
Councilman Polensek, would you allow a point?
Yes, yes.
if the distinguished lady could talk about the 11 pieces that this will
And I've
be
got you on the
covering.
list, Councilman Jones. So please introduce yourself. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning. Dr. Lee Anderson. I'm the Executive Director of the Police Accountability Team here with the City of Cleveland.
Thank you.
Doctor, would you care to tell us about the 11 specific components as briefly as you can?
Yes. Through the chair to the councilman, we have 11 paragraphs. We are required, let me start there, by the consent decree to move into a officer intervention program. And the officer intervention or early warning program, there are different names for it. As DC Jones stated, will basically be able to detect, it's a lot of information, let me start there, that goes into the system. So I just want to start there with the 11 paragraphs. So the system will be able to determine whether or not an officer needs assistance personally, whether or not they're having some issues with behavior. And what the system will do is basically, as DC Jones said, push it up to the top so it can be addressed holistically. And so right now there are 11 dedicated paragraphs in the consent decree to this effort, to this entire system. Right now we are in non-compliance. We have been in non-compliance, obviously, since the beginning of the decree. And so this will put us into at least partial compliance with some of those paragraphs. And so it is a big move to be able to support the officers in this space. I think this system will basically be able to regularly help improve officer performance. But I also want to state that it will also capture good performance. And that is something that I think we need to really look into, making sure that we assess. So,
Okay. I appreciate that because we want to be in compliance as quickly as we can, and we've been out for a very, very long time. My time is up, and Mr. Chairman, I would just say this to the administration. I'm going to make an amendment right now.
Okay.
That I would move that the $450,000 that is to be awarded to a consultant to administer this program would need to come back before council.
Checking that our law directors have that amendment. Looking for a verbal affirmation? Yes, thank you, Director. Thank you. Do I have a second on that amendment?
This second, Mr. Chairman.
Second from Councilman Jones. Any discussion on the amendment? Councilwoman House Jones.
Just, and maybe I'm not. So we have a requirement that anything over $50,000 that comes before this body. How is this different?
So it depends. Sometimes,
That's what I was
yep.
confused about the other amendment. I'm like, are some of these efforts that we're doing duplicative when we already have that standard of engagement?
So in section 10, it reads, so very good question. In section 10, it reads, the director of finance may sign all documents that are necessary to make purchases and may enter into one or more contracts with the vendor selected. So this piece authorizes them to directly
So it was
enter.
directly, so, okay.
Yep,
it's in there. Okay.
yep.
And that, was that the similar the case in the other one where it was saying that someone, okay, so that was my thought. So I'm like,
No, it's a great question. Yeah, so this,
clearly
the,
I missed that.
nope, it's a great question. So the amendment would then require the authorization. Do I have any additional questions or discussion on the amendment?
Yeah,
Councilman
give me some
Conway.
clarity on the amendment. I was writing, and I need to know. Just repeat it for me again.
Councilman Plus.
That the administration would have to come back to us on a $450,000 award to a consultant to administer this program.
I like that, and they'll come back to your committee.
Well, they would come back to council and it's or the safety committee in essence.
You're gonna make sure they come back. Sometime we do things, and they don't come back.
Well, this will legislatively require it.
Okay, cool. I'm
Any,
cool.
Councilman Starr.
Unit 1 and Unit 2.
Okay, all right. We've hit that point of the day.
I just want to make sure these
Okay, all right.
walkie-talkies are working and we not just spending money and they're not working.
I think those are demos, I'd imagine. Yeah, those are demos. I hope those aren't working. I hope you're not broadcasting over.
And none of you can take any of them. Just remember that.
Right.
Okay.
Do I have any
Okay.
additional discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the amendment.
Yes.
Ray? Harrison? Harsh? House Jones?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Casey?
Yes.
Kelly?
Yes.
Warren?
Yes.
McCormick?
Yes.
Valencia?
Yes.
Santana?
Yes.
Wright?
Yes.
Spencer?
Yes.
Starr?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The amendment carries. Councilman Charles Slife.
Thank you, and reflecting back on my comments during 632, this was stated, but I want to just state it maybe more directly on kind of the urgency of this. As I understand it from speaking with members of the Division of Fire, their radios have what they're called intrinsically safe radios, and I would ask that this is just to reconfirm this understanding. And an intrinsically safe radio is one that is designed so that an internal combustion within the radio in a fire would not cause an explosion that could cause a fatal injury to our first responders. That is what an intrinsically safe radio is, correct?
Director.
To the chair, to Councilman Slife, that's absolutely correct, in addition to the bomb squad as well.
Thank you. And is it what I've heard is that due to the expiration of warranties and end of life, there are currently members of the Division of Fire that are responding to events who are not intended to enter the fire. They may be working the engine or something, that they are command staff that are using radios that would no longer be considered intrinsically safe because of age. Is that correct?
Director.
To the chair, I know that we have individuals responding that may not have those particular radios, but to your point, they are not entering into any establishment to do suppression duties.
Understandable. My concern would be twofold. One, that the amount of radios still deemed safe is going to be increasingly diminished, one, and two, in the event of some catastrophic event, some change of plan, if people were to be caused to enter a situation where they were no longer equipped with the appropriate radio. So to me, there is an urgency. I think it was stated during the presentation. I think it's important to bear it out because this does have, life safety impacts. I guess my only question would be, you had mentioned the number by division. Could you speak to the timeline for delivery, the priority of delivery to the different divisions if this legislation is to pass this today?
Yep. Through the chair to the council members. So Brad Hankey, who's over the Office of Radio Communications, we've been in direct contact already with our vendor as it relates to putting together the order. So essentially, as soon as this ordinance is passed and we get the green light, we would place the order. The vendor has agreed to expedite the order for fire, knowing the critical issues with the radio. So we're trying to limit that timeline as far as it takes to procure the equipment to the least amount of time as possible.
Okay, and final question, has there been any, I'm not going to hold you to, it'll be definitely 5 weeks or something, but is there any kind of window? Are we talking expedite is 3 to 5 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks? Is there any, what does an expedited delivery look like generally?
To the councilman, I don't have that window yet, but that's something we can follow up with this body.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Joe Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Certainly looking at going through your whole entire presentation, it seems like this is a huge enhancement to our safety forces. My question I have is just to, and I think my colleague Mike Polensek talked about the regional CAD system. How does that work in terms of shared information? I know that we have our information. I'm quite sure the reason why we have stayed independent was because we wanted to protect our own, I would presume, our information. Is that correct?
And I'll do, through the chair to the council member, I'll touch on this if the director wants to add anything. So there's been a initiative probably ever since I've started with the city for basically a shared database as it relates to law enforcement. There used to be a system called CRIS. The county revamped it to REDS, but this initiative never really took off fully, where it was all these municipalities truly sharing that information. With this system, knowing that there's 35 other municipalities, and each agency chooses what they want to share, and that's most importantly. So anything related to, say, a homicide investigation, our folks have the control not to share that information. However, if there's traffic stops, if there's persons of interest, we can determine what information we want to share with the other partners and vice versa. So from that perspective, as it relates to our crime analysis unit, crime stats, I think this is going to be tremendous as it relates to the analysis we'll be able to do moving forward.
Through the chair to Councilman Jones, it's a really great question. As Larry Jones just articulated, it's an opportunity for us to get information regionally, sharing information. And as stated, we can decide which information we will share. Same thing with the other municipalities. For example, let's say Euclid stops someone at midnight for whatever the case may be, based on probable cause and reasonable suspicion. They put that information into the system. Our officers in the city of Cleveland, as long as they share that information, because it's going to shared information on the system, our officers will be able to go into the system and actually pull that information up through all of the municipalities within that regional system. So we didn't have that information before. Before, what would happen is we would have to get on the telephone, or when I say we, the dispatchers, would have to get on the telephone, call the other dispatchers and so forth, and try to get information, and sometimes information is missed. Whereas now, the officers will have the ability to actually go right into the system and see what was entered into the original system themselves. So it's going to aid them in real time, that's the key again, in real time, to get valuable information so they can do their jobs more effectively and more efficiently.
And you talked about in your presentation the productivity of our police officers, not needing to do 2 or 3, 4 different data enter information into different fields. So when they come into using this program here, I presume that they're just data enter information one time into the system. They'll look at these 11 consent issues, and they can also data enter on that same time, check off if those areas have been upheld or not.
To the chair, to the Councilman Jones, The officers through, again, if approved with the new CAD and RMS system, as everything starts with CAD, as Larry Jones and Commissioner Jones indicated, everything starts with a computer-aided dispatch and the numbers and so forth. Once that information is entered, and generally through our dispatch center, they enter the information initially. What will help is that there won't have to be duplication of the information being entered multiple times by our officers. So for an example, if a CAD incident turns into a RMS report, the officers will not have to transpose, enter information in there, will already be entered in by our dispatchers, and that information will automatically be populated into the RMS report. Same thing if there's a Brazos form. Now, Brazos forms are used by our officers to capture information relative to CIT. That information, again, will automatically will be populated into that form. Again, so it's more effective, more efficient, we're not duplicating anything, and there's the chances for errors are pretty much low. So again, as indicated before, we'll have clean or relatively clean data that we can report out.
Okay, great. I know when you get to talking, boy, you can go. And I got some other questions. You be eat up all my time, and then he'll be telling me that it's time for you to the next person. So I got to slow you down just a little bit. There's 4, but I don't want to come back. There's 4.2 million proposed to implement the system, and then you have the consent decree piece of being in compliance. That's another 300,000 proposed cost to that.
To the chair, Councilman Jones, that's correct. That's what.
And then just want to make sure I got the numbers right. Professional services, consultants representing the city to implement this. That's $450,000?
To the chair, the councilman, that's correct.
Okay. And then those nice radios that came around here, those radios are costing $7,000 each?
To the chair, no, the intrinsic ones, which are these, which are primarily operated by the Division of Fire as well as the bomb squad, those are roughly $7,000, and the others that's used by our patrol officers, our firefighters, and animal care control, as well as EMTs and paramedics, those are roughly around $6,000.
Okay. And so the 800 megahertz portable system for all of the departments is going to come to a proposition of $13 million. Is that correct?
To the chair, that's correct.
All right. Mr. Chairman, I don't have any unreadiness for this, and this format of communications that we're putting in place will have us set for the next 12 years. Is that what we're saying here, Mr. Chairman, to the director?
To the chair, that's correct. However, Commissioner Jones will be working with Brad Hankey for a refresh program. So we're not coming back in 12 years to spend, ask for $13 million to spend this. So we'll have a process.
So what we're looking at, Mr. Chairman, as a preliminary look at, you're going to be back here in, what, 5 years? And what we're looking at then. I know you guys know. Because I know you know, Mr. Jones.
Through the chair to the council members, so the refresh plan may look at maybe 200 radios a year. So we'll come up with some cycle that addresses whatever divisions needs. As you can see, we've got it broken out by each of the divisions. So to do this in the future, we understand employee count will change a little bit, but we have a good idea of a good refresh cycle to move forward with.
And so this basically this system that we're voting on today is going to put new systems, computers, radio systems, handheld radios as computers. Will it be these computers in the cars, the police cars, or would this be an updated program going to the computers of the police cars? I mean, how will the police actually data enter information in? How does this, is it on the radio that you're talking about, or will it be enhanced in their vehicles?
Through the chair to the council members. So currently the Division of Police and actually all 4 divisions use mobile data computers. So those units are already there. There's already actually a refresh program to refresh those about every 5 years. We've got some allocated this year to refresh. There may be some stragglers that we need to refresh as part of this project, but that's an ongoing project that we take care of.
Okay. No further questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. All righty. Hearing no other questions, ordinance. Oh, you did? You're on the list? All right. Councilwoman House Jones.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair to the team, there was a question from a constituent, 1 second. They wanted to know if the Command Central Aware by Motorola Solutions was an option for the real-time crime center and 911.
Through the chair to the council member. So we actually use Command Central Aware as well as our Fusus product. So our real-time crime center has both of those applications running today.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair to Dr. Anderson, you talked about it was 11 paragraphs within the consent decree. Can you just highlight what those are, please, for me? What 11 paragraphs would this align with as I am making
Absolutely.
note?
Through the chair to the council member, it is paragraphs 326 through 336 of the consent decree.
Okay, one moment. Okay. Okay. So we'll, through the chair to Dr. Anderson, where is the, okay, I would say like the written laid out plan of the corresponding implementation of the consent decree as it relates to officer intervention?
That's a great question. Through the chair, I'm sorry, to the council member, that's a great question. In terms of implementation right now, it's all in red, to speak in a spirit of transparency, in the last semi-annual report because there has not been a plan.
Right.
And so this is the first step the first step, paragraph 326 requires that we have a system in place. So this approaches us to that, to meet that requirement, to obtain a system. And then it also requires that we have a plan in place as well as a policy. So we could not, because we have thresholds, there are some things that we are currently doing in-house to sort of look at what officers are doing, making sure that what the variability, if it leads to problematic behavior, what that looks like. There is not a written plan to that process. And so this system will come in and they will also assist us with creating the implementation plan as well as the policy that GPO, which will go forward to monitoring team, Department of Justice, and the judge for approval and implementation to implement the full 11 paragraphs.
Okay. So I'm just to the chair, and this is also to the safety chair. Probably the last time we were meeting with the monitoring team, I am going to put again on the record the safety, it might need, whether it's a safety committee or not, we must talk and meet regarding the consent decree every month. It is too much in this. No one know, I ain't gonna say no one. I'm saying me, I am, for the amount of investment that we are making into this, we need to be much more intentional and purposeful of finding these things out. I mean, just even having this conversation. So as we are getting this new system, but not having the actual plan of how we are going to evaluate it, how we're going to use technology to randomize, the collection of information for assessment. There's a lot of things in there that should be written down. It should be, I know it's coming, but I'm saying this for this body, for Cleveland City Council in particularly, what has actually been transpiring is we wait to get an annual report from an outside entity when y'all and us, we right here. There's no reason why we are not talking to have these things to even know beforehand the semi-annual reports coming out that we are at least on, let's be in the same book. I ain't gonna even say the chapter. We could at least be on this in the same book. A lot of this stuff is just not happening, and it is my belief that we need to be much more intentional and purposeful in going through each paragraph of the consent decree in a much purposeful way versus waiting 6 months, and really some change afterwards to be informed by an external partner.
So,
Did you want to respond,
yes.
Dr. Anderson?
So through the chair to the council member, I absolutely agree. And I just want to state that the monitoring team received from the police accountability team today an advocacy compliance document. We've spent the last couple of months combing through paragraphs of the consent decree where we were either in non-compliance or partial compliance. That is, we have not done anything on the topic, or the topic, we moved on it, but nothing has been shown to move us into operational and general compliance. At that moment, we have also provided evidence. This document we have explained to the monitoring team and the Department of Justice just this past week that it is not a stretch document. It's not a wish document. This is a document that I can stand behind to go to Judge Oliver and state, these are the paragraphs, these are how we are in compliance, here is the evidence, and this is how we seek to move forward. With regard to the plan for officer intervention, there's not a plan in place because the system will always have to move forward with the thresholds, but we do have a statement of work, and we do have other information that supports where we will be headed. So I can definitely provide that.
So this is this point right here, this is what I'm talking about, right? Through the chair to Dr. Anderson and to the administration. For the information that you submitted to the monitoring team, to Judge Oliver, was any of that information submitted to Cleveland City Council?
So through the chair to the councilwoman, this is the first time that we've ever done anything like this. So today is the day that it will be or has been emailed to the monitoring team. It has not been shared yet because it has not even been shared with the monitoring team.
But I guess this is one of the things where, through the chair to Dr. Anderson, this is one of the things I think fundamentally we have to tighten. Before you talk to the world, talk to your neighbor or your partner, and in this case, your actual funding partner. I just think fundamentally there are just some reestablishing of relationships and relationship and partner and engagement to get to a place where we all have a shared responsibility. It may be different roles, but we have a shared responsibility. And that's the thing for me at many times. It's like looking from the outside, but I'm supposed to be inside, and I'm like, why I gotta get the information from that folks somewhere else when you right here? You see what I'm saying? And hopefully this is making sense what I'm saying. It's like always after the fact where, as a member of Cleveland City Council versus getting information directly from you all to be actually a helpful, insightful thought partner, it's random information that comes from someone that doesn't live in this community, doesn't serve in this community, coming from elsewhere. That doesn't make any sense to me. But again, we can work on this at another day. I hope I'm making it clear. We need to tighten this up because we're the ones that are collectively responsible for this consent decree. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman House-Jones. Dr. Anderson, do you want to respond?
Through the chair to the council member, I absolutely agree, and I want to state that I'm a team of 3. We're a small but mighty team. We have started going to each of the district roll calls to talk to the officers about the consent decree, update them about the consent decree, and tell them the previous. We have done the 5th district and the 4th district. We are then moving to the 3rd district. We are doing 6 a.m. shifts as well as night shifts. We are also moving into the community to do the district policing committees, educating them about the consent decree, understanding what they need, understanding what we need to move forward. You're absolutely right that City Council has not been on that list, and those are my apologies. I have met with Council different times when we've been requested and other meetings that we have requested. So I am more than willing and open to engage.
Thank you. Through the chair to Dr. Anderson. I think, again, thinking holistically, while you have a role and it's 3 members of the team, this consent decree is literally everyone's responsibility.
Yes.
Yes. Me as a council member needs to be well versed. Again, all of us should be educating our residents about what it is, how it is. We cannot do it if we don't have the information and if we don't have the plan. That's all I'm saying. It's like, this is one of the things, it's like communications. You got a communications team, right? But communications is everybody's responsibility. You might be like the main holder of things, but we also are part of getting to this place so that Cleveland is a place that everyone knows that they are going to be safe and that their rights are going to be upheld, and that if you're all of the things. We all are responsible for it. It is beyond the 3 people in your office. And hopefully for those who are willing to engage, that we would actually, in a very real way, utilize the partners and the resources that you have. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you, Councilwoman House Jones. Okay, Director, Commissioner, thank you for this informative and helpful presentation. Ordinance 640, 2024 as amended stands approved. Remember, please sign each committee that you're on. All right, a general reminder to my friends. We've gone through now 4 pieces of 36. So efficient, please do not ask questions that have already been asked. Long-winded statements are lovely for your shower, not for the committee table. So let's see if we can move through these. I've got finance, and then we've got guests that I want to get done before we break. I have no other choice. So please be efficient. Director 662-2024 by Councilmember Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing issuance and sale.
You want to do all of them?
They're all sale of bonds?
Yeah.
All right, well, I got to read all of them. All right, issuance of sale of bonds in the maximum principal amount of $1,250,000 for the purpose of providing funds to improve municipal cemetery facilities, buildings, structures, grounds, and authorizing related measures. So we're going to run through pieces around bond issuances for various. If we get any conversations, please move to the hallway. Thank you. We're going to run through the rest of the finance pieces, which are bond issuances for various city services. So Director 662-2024 is, municipal cemetery facilities.
Yes. So through the chair to the council, this, just for context, there are separate ordinances because under state law, we have to issue for specific purposes. Each of these ordinances will result in a single bond issuance of an aggregate amount, but the amounts borrowed will be earmarked for the authorized purposes. So for the first, 662-2024 is $1,250,000 to provide funds for various cemetery improvements at city-owned cemetery facilities.
Okay. Thank you. Councilman Bishop, 662 on cemetery facilities.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we fully support that one.
Okay.
We do have a question. Brooke, can you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Does 641, 2, 3, and 4, do those have to go before these?
Which ones are those?
Those are the, like, going out to get the bonds, and then these are the expense?
These are the bond issuance ones. The separate ones are the MOCAP pieces for the actual projects. Yeah, those.
So the order doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah. Great question. Thank you. Okay. Do I have any questions on bonds for cemetery maintenance? No. Hearing none. Ordinance 662-2024 stands approved. Please sign. Director 663-2024 by Councilmember Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the issuance of sale of bonds in the maximum principal amount of $11 million for the purpose of providing funds to acquire heavy-duty trucks and equipment for performing functions of the city's Department of Public Works and Department of Public Safety, including the Division of Fire, and authorizing related matters. Director.
Yes, through the chair. This is $11 million for heavy-duty trucks, which is a category in the Ohio Revised Code. And this would include purchases of rear loader sanitation trucks, plow trucks, bucket trucks, pumper trucks, and ambulances for the Departments of Public Works and Public Safety.
Thank you. Councilmember Bishop, 663.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. This is a priest that we do every year, and we do understand that we have to keep upgrading our fleet, and we fully support this.
Thank you, Councilman Polensik. This also includes apparatus.
No one is talking about it, but they can get to me that later.
Okay. If you could please provide the list for all these pieces, the detailed information lists.
Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Jones.
And can we also ask who's performing the bonds for us? Who's doing the work?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Who's doing the bond work for us?
Through the chair, the city's historic bond counsel has been Squire Patton Boggs, formerly Squire Sanders. They will remain as bond counsel, and we are using the same municipal financial advisors as we've used for 25 years.
Well, good. I didn't know you had them for that long. Now, here's the question, Mr. Chairman. Are we getting a good deal on these bonds, on the low rate?
Through the chair, that is of course our objective. We won't know until we start marketing the bonds later this summer and negotiating with investors with the support of our advisors to ensure that we're getting the best deal possible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Councilman Hairston. No? Do you say Hairston?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Will we include any like watering trucks for? And I know I've talked about this with our director and commissioners already. You know, some neighborhoods when they do like beautification work, they may have planters or pots, right, or hanging baskets in some places. Have we considered purchasing a few watering trucks maybe for the different public workstations so that they can assist if there is a community beautification project, they can water flowers. Like we see, you can drive through some of the suburbs and they have, you know, staff who has watering trucks and they're kind of taking care of some of the plants, or even the work that we do with our streetscapes down certain streets where we have the median, plant flowers in the median and other. I walk down Buckeye, the planters look very nice along the sidewalk. You know, have we considered water trucks at all?
Through the chair, I'd have to talk to my colleague, Director Williams, about kind of the thinking in Public Works. I would note that the list of heavy-duty vehicle needs is
great,
quite a bit longer than what we can afford. And so I think when the actual projects are in front of council, you'll see that the prioritization is put on the most acute needs for day-to-day services. So
sure,
I just offer that context without knowing the specific answer about watering trucks.
Gotcha. Happy to have that discussion further. But you know, when we try to beautify our neighborhood, or you know, kind of beautify it in a way, having that extra support, you know, would be good for some neighborhoods who are doing those activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any additional questions on 663-2024? Hearing none, 663-2024 stands approved. Please sign. Director, 664-2024 by Councilmember Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the issuance and sale of bonds and the maximum principal amount of $5 million for the purpose of providing funds to acquire vehicles and equipment for performing functions of the city's departments, including the Department of Public Works, Public Safety, and authorizing related matters. Director.
Yep, through the chair, this is a companion to the heavy-duty vehicles, $5 million in this case for what are called light vehicles under the Ohio Revised Code. And this would, think about passenger vehicles, whether in zone cars in the Department of Public Safety or other vehicles that Public Works might use for folks to drive around to parks and rec centers, et cetera.
Thank you. Do I have any questions on 664-2024? Yep, so for all these pieces, I've requested the director for detailed lists for every single one of these pieces.
Do we know how many vehicles, Mr. Chairman, it's going to be, and this one here for $5 million?
Director?
I can bring the breakdown of the vehicles.
Through the chair, we don't have the breakdown of the number of vehicles, but I know that the directors of the departments that will be acquiring the vehicles, and actually I should say Commissioner Brown in MVM will have that list, so we'll be able to provide that.
And you'll be coming back to us anyway, right?
Through the chair, yes. So this is just to issue the bonds. There will be companion ordinances to authorize actual expenditures of the funds that we acquire through the bond sales.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Hearing no additional questions on 664-2024 stands approved. Please sign. Director, 665-2024 by Councilmember Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the issuance and sale of bonds in the maximum principal amount of $9.250 million for the purpose of providing funds to improve municipal parks and recreation facilities and authorizing related matters. Director.
Yes, through the chair, $9.25 million in the maximum amount for park and rec facility improvements, which would include improvements to parks, recreation centers, ball fields, playgrounds, locker rooms in recreation centers, et cetera. And then just note that this is in addition to a variety of other expenditures the city has made over the last couple of years with respect to parks and recreation facilities.
Do we have the parks information?
It'll be in the list.
In the list?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Do I have any questions on bond issuance 665 for Parks and Rec? Councilman Bishop.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Is this going, was this routed through the Municipal Services Committee? I see Councilman Griffin's name there.
Through the chair, because this is the authorization to issue the bonds, this routes through, as I understand, through the Finance Committee. I know Director DeRosa and Chief Tewin have, I believe, have had discussions with you about the sort of capital improvement, 3-year capital improvement plan, which these projects come out of. Okay. There will be companion ordinances that will authorize the actual projects that are paid for with the funds that we obtain through the bond sale.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any additional questions on the bonds for Parks and Rec, understanding again that the projects will come back to council? Hearing none, 665-2024 is approved. Please sign. 666-2024, oof, by council members Griffin by departmental request. Maybe we skip a number on that one. Emergency ordinance authorizing the issuance and sale of bonds in the maximum amount of $15 million for the purpose of providing funds to improve buildings and structures and providing for the discharge of governmental functions and services otherwise benefiting the public safety, health, and welfare, and for provision of necessary fixtures, furnishings, equipment, technology, appurtenances, utilities, and site improvements for the purpose of, and authorizing related matters. Sounds like a little bit of everything.
Yes.
Point of information.
Yes, sir.
Which one is this one?
666-2024.
That one.
Director.
Yes, through the chair to the council, this is $15 million to provide funds to improve the various public buildings that the city owns and operates across the city that are not recreation facilities. So sort of we carve out the recreation facilities, everything else would fit under this umbrella, fire stations, police district offices, et cetera.
And these projects will come back to council.
Yes.
What questions do I have on ordinance 666-2024?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, the lists have all been requested. Councilman Jones.
Yeah. How much is the total? Because this is quite a bit of bond money being let out.
$15 million on this one, sir.
I know. So what's the total? I know the CFO has that. What's that total?
Through the chair, the total maximum authorized amount in these suite of ordinances is $67,500,000.
How much?
$67,500,000. Which, for context, is consistent with the last couple of years of bond issuances.
And when we do this, have we normally done all of these bonds during this summer session?
Through the chair, I believe last year the bond sale was authorized at the June summer meeting. We try to time it so that we're entering the market in July or August. July is a good time to be in the market because there are a lot of investors have money to work with in July and August, and so it's you can get advantageous pricing by being in the market at this time.
So of the $67 million, Mr. Chairman, that we're approving here today in terms of bonds, have all these projects been set? So you know exactly what projects already that's in the shovel to be taken care of on most of this that you're asking for?
Through the chair, so we to get to this point, we have to have a list of proposed projects that we can review with bond counsel, so they can tell us that they are authorized under state law to use bond proceeds. But legislatively, there's still work to do to authorize the project. So, things change as they always do, but we had to do some preliminary work, come up with a list so that it could be vetted by our outside counsel before we could offer this to you all for approval.
On the timeline of things, Mr. Chairman, is just my concern. Having this not in a super fashion, one day, let's bonanza, just pass everything, because there's quite a lot of money that's here that we're passing. And so I would just err on the side that the council should look at getting this information a little bit earlier so that we can really go through it and really fundamentally understand what the ask is total and what is actually involved. I think it would be more prudent for us to, Mr. Chairman, to be able to know exactly what it is that we're voting for in terms of issuance of $67 million.
Absolutely, Councilman. And these being just the bonds, the capital plan will be reviewed by council as well as the individual projects.
Yeah, but it's good to know ahead of time, so that as different members here may want certain projects in their neighborhood, it gives us time to be able to understand and as well as lobby for our respective territories.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mike Polensek.
Chairman, my honorable colleagues, I'm going to be very brief. Why it's important that we get the list, because I'm still getting calls from wives and family members of firefighters about no air conditioning, about conditions within the firehouses. At the 1st District Police, my colleagues have had to buy fans to put fans in the 1st District because it's so hot in the 1st District. And I think we need to see, that's why it's important we see the administration list what the priorities here, because when I have wives and mothers calling me, which I've never had those kind of calls before, about the conditions of the firehouses, that in itself tells me we've got to do things differently around here. So I'm going to leave it at that. But we need to see that list. We got to see how what the priorities are here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Hearing no further questions, Ordinance 666-2024 stands approved. Please sign. Director, Ordinance 667-2024 by Councilmember Griffin by departmental request, authorizing the issuance and sale of bonds in the maximum principal amount of $26 million for the purpose of providing funds to improve the municipal street system and related facilities and authorizing related matters. Director.
Yes, through the chair to the council. So this final ordinance 667 is not to exceed $26 million to provide funds for roadway improvements throughout the city, which would include resurfacing, reconstruction of roads, bridge rehabilitation, sidewalks, et cetera.
And how much is that?
This is $26 million, roads, bridges, sidewalks. Director, do I have any questions on 667? Yep, again, the list have been requested for each and every one of these. All right, Ordinance 667-2024 stands approved. Please sign. I think I'm done with you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, wait, is the chief leaving?
The chief is leaving.
Oh, comment period.
Super brief comment period.
Brief comment
Sorry,
period,
Chief.
just echoing the earlier appreciation for Chief Abanama's service to the city of Cleveland.
Absolutely.
All right.
Anyone else want to add on 20 seconds of love?
Chief, I want to say, I just want to say this. So when you first started, I'm like, he's young. I'm like, oh, is he going to survive City Hall? And you know what? You've done such a great job. I've been able to sit right across you, and you're brilliant, you're smart, and I'm really sad that you're leaving. But thank you. Thank you for the couple years that you have given us, and hopefully you get your black hair back, right? Because the white hair starts coming out.
It's a one-way street.
Have a good one.
Any other love fests for Chief? All right. Thank you so much again for your service, sir. Councilmember Kelly. Okay, thank you. You're up, my friend. We are going to run with, we've got two guests in the house today. So the first one, 614-2024 by Councilmember Kelly, as amended, emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Economic Development to enter into a grant agreement with Variety Properties LLC or designee to provide economic development assistance to partially finance costs associated with renovating the vacant Variety Theater building. Director, come on up. And guests. All right, Director, please kick us off and introduce your guest today.
Good morning again. Today we have with us Melissa Furchill, President and CEO of MCM Company, Kelly Flamos, sole member owner of Variety Theater Properties, and Connor Goodall, who is an intern. Today we are here in support of the Variety Project Theater project, and I will pass it on to Kevin and team to kind of speak on this further.
Good afternoon. I will be brief. I am actually going to pass this historic photo around that I got when I started many years ago that I bought from the Galleria on a packet of historic photos. I believe, I'm going to guess this is somewhere in 1980 when this was taken, when the Variety Theater was occupied. This has been vacant for some time. I know a couple things have come to the committee with some a couple of not-for-profits that didn't have the capacity to move this mixed-use project forward, but we are here with a female-owned developer who developed the historic Mahals in Lakewood and turned that development project around. And we also have Melissa, who many of you know, who helps with, brings financing expertise into these projects. You're gonna hear more from Kelly on her vision for taking this vacant Variety Theater property and putting it into workforce housing, mixed-use housing to support our entrepreneurs and redevelop this. Thank you.
Good morning. Afternoon.
Good morning. Kelly, my name's Kelly Flamos, and as Kevin stated, I started as a social worker. I have a master's from CASE's School of Applied Social Sciences, and I worked in the HIV/AIDS space. After I became a mother, I decided to work from home because the social work pay isn't that great, and I assembled a team. It was myself and my sister and her husband, and they moved to Cleveland from New York City, and we purchased Mayhall's 20 Lanes from the Mayhall's family. So that business had been in operation by the Mayhall's family since 1924, and it was in the third generation, and they were struggling financially and looking for people with the right vision and passion to bring Mayhall's into the next century. So we acquired it from them in 2011, and we turned the billiards hall into a live music and entertainment space. And we took that business from $300,000 in annual revenues to close to $2 million, which was the last year that I worked in operation pre-COVID. Because it was a live music venue, it was one of the hardest hit industries from COVID. And all of that there were other things that we did to that space. We restored the bar and restaurant, the 20 bowling lanes, but live music was the key to turning that business around and bringing people to the Birdtown neighborhood of Lakewood, which has had a total renaissance, and people in Lakewood will say that Mayhall's is what spurred that. In 2021, I decided to sell my 50% ownership stake in Mayhall's, and shortly after that, I toured the Variety Theater and learned that it had been the subject of redevelopment efforts for almost 20 years. And my vision for the Variety is similar to what we did at Mayhall's, which is using the space as intended. I mean, Mayhall's, we kind of changed the pool hall, but the Variety was built as a vaudeville theater, and so restoring it to be a live entertainment space is not far off. For most of its history, it was used as a movie theater, but that's not a viable business in 2024. So the plan is to restore the theater and use it for live entertainment, all like a variety of performing arts. And there's a strong community focus in having community partners from Cleveland Municipal School District and their arts programs to local nonprofits that focus on the performing arts. And the block also has 12 apartments, which will be restored into affordable studio apartment space. And there are approximately 7 storefronts, but we're planning that about 5 storefronts will be used for retail space with a focus on food and beverage because they're very small and a few of them need to be combined. That's the vision. Do you have, are there any questions?
No, that's perfect. Thank you so much. I really
Okay.
appreciate that and for taking on this great initiative. So this has been championed by Councilman Danny Kelly. So tell us more about your passion for the theater and this great project.
Well, first of all, it's not only a want, it's a need in my ward. I think it'll be a dynamic catalyst for economic development. There's also, we have 96 free parking spaces across the street from Variety, and we have many buildings that are there with wide sidewalks that have already got investors building restaurants and whatnot getting
Wonderful.
to do. I'm of the age, I remember when Tremont didn't look like Tremont.
Yep.
I can envision this being that, going down there. We've got a strong community agreement with them, with the CMSD, and like you said, nonprofits. This is a great project. It's taken a long time to come to fruition, and I'm also very proud that I have a woman entity doing this. So thank you all.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Councilman. And I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize former Councilman Brady, who really championed this theater for a very long time. So I want to recognize her as well. What do I got here? What questions do I have for 614? Councilman Conwell, you're up.
Theater would be rare and taking care of constituents. Yeah, I like that. You gonna work with children or what?
So the question being, we work with children in the community for the theater. Where is the theater located?
Okay, to Chairman and to Councilman. The theater is located at Lorraine Avenue and 118th Street, and we've already been in contact with the 3 CMSD schools in the ward to offer the space for the school's use for like performances or events that the schools don't have the capacity for. But yeah, there's, I did a lot of programming at May Halls for the local schools and youth-focused organizations, and there's a plan for that too, for the Variety, because the intention is for this to be a space for everyone. And I think we all know that there's a lot of tension in our country right now, and the arts and sports are things that bring people together. So in addition to letting community organizations utilize the space for their programming with youth, it's also a great place for kids to discover career opportunities, because I think Cleveland has the potential to be a music city like Austin or Nashville, and there are so many jobs associated with live music aside from the person holding the mic. So I also envision the Variety Theater being a great place for career development for people interested in careers in live entertainment.
That's wonderful.
You mentioned through the chair, live entertainment, when you do musicals with the children, are you going to bring in or have them to play in the pit band or things like that?
No. So this will be a theater space that's open to outside promoters to do ticketed concerts and other say like Literary Cleveland, who I'm talking to, they're interested in eventually using the Variety Theater for poetry readings or book events. So when I talk to CMSD, I know that they have drama programs or band, orchestra. So planning the production with the youth that outside organizations or schools are, and they're using the space. Does that make?
To the chair, are you the director of the space? I don't know the space. I need to see the space. I need you probably to invite me over so I can see what you're talking about.
You're invited.
Right. The address. You know, I am an artist.
Okay.
I do tour, and I do bring in money for different, Danny knows, different programs like this. And we do have a vacuum in your area that we didn't know to reach out to. Have you talked with Jeremy Johnson, the City of the Arts?
Yes.
All right, Jeremy is good too. What about Jeff Allen working with the kids at the, you did that also, at CMSD? So I want to see your place. I want to come over there and see it, see everywhere I can help you from the state or whatever, or even reach out to my wife and see what she's county council. And see which way we can help, especially you mentioned with the children. I'll give you my number afterwards, and then I'll swing on over there by. You got me talking arts talk. I'll stop by where you at, maybe this week or next week.
Councilman, I would love to show you the theater and work with you.
All right, sound like it's cool beans, man, with the kids. But I'll give you my number afterwards, and we'll slide over there. I mean, that means go visit.
Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate you. Councilman Mike Polensek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues, and that picture, I think Donna Brady's in that picture somewhere out front there. This is a wonderful project, and I know with the La Salle, when we did the La Salle, it really had a major impact on the reimagining East 185th Street. So I'm hoping that this project will do the same for Lorraine, and I'm here to support it as well. And I commend my colleague Danny Kelly for advocating it. He's a true advocate for the neighborhood, and I certainly appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Brian Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Schmatzer, since I've been on council, this is the third time the Variety Theater has come looking for dollars from the city, and hopefully the third time is going to be a charm. However, the money that has been allocated in previous years for this project, is it still available or is it gone? Would anybody know?
To the chairperson, to the councilman, I didn't work on the two previous iterations, but I do know that there was some funding that was put in place on some stabilization and the marquee. I know that was significant on some of that, and then there was some architectural, I believe, and some engineering drawings. That was some money. There was some money also, I believe, that was decertified on that when it did not move forward on that. And then there was a loan that was assumed by Kelly that was outstanding, if I'm correct. Is that correct on that?
Ms. Furton, do you want to answer that?
To the chair, to the councilman, that's correct. So there was some original funding. Some of it was utilized, and then it did expire. But we weren't aware of that when Kelly purchased the property. We reached back out to the administration and asked if they could put the balance of that funding in place. So that's what we've been working on with the Department of Economic Development and Community Development for the last year.
All right, and then Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Schmatzer, is this $100,000 part of that money that you're looking to get decertified and put back into the project, or is this additional dollars?
To the chair, to the councilman, this is a different pool of funds because that funding was no longer available. Yeah. So,
and Mr. Chairman, to whomever. Are we done with that money, or are you looking to have it recertified back for the project?
It could not, to the chair, to the councilman, it was no longer available to be recertified. So we basically had to start from scratch.
Okay.
So which is one of the reasons why this has taken as long as it has. So.
Okay. All right. I'm very supportive of this. You know, my ward's right across the street from it. And Mr. Chairman, to Kelly, we are a music city. All right. And I think this will be a good asset to that neighborhood, especially with the history of music in that neighborhood, with Di Fiore's and everything else that has gone on over there. And if you need the history of more music in that neighborhood, I'd be more than happy to sit down and give that to you. But I wish you luck. I'm supportive. But hopefully this is the last time, and the third time's going to be the charm. And this project finally gets pushed through after 20 years. And thank you for taking the initiative and the project on. And we wish you all the luck in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. A very brief point, Councilman Conwell. Very brief point.
It's very brief. Let me say this. If she come back again and again, as long as it's for children, and to keep children off of the streets, the arts teach character. And I will support it, I would champion it to move it forward. Now, what I would do, losing money, I don't like losing money. That person that made you lose money and didn't keep up with the money that Councilmember Brian Casey was talking about, we would do what with that? We would fire that person, right? Yeah, we would fire them. You don't mess with the money. That way you got to show the outcome measures, and that means a lot right there. So I support this, and I support the children there, 100%. But don't mess up with the money ever again. And I'm there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Yeah, and thank you for proactively reaching out to CMSD. Usually that's something we have to ask people to do. So thank you for doing that proactively. Okay, hearing no further questions, Ordinance 614-2024 as amended stands approved. Again, sign all of your committees. All right, here's what's up.
Thank you.
I've got one more guest. We're going to run through them now. We're going to break 30 minutes for lunch after these pieces, two of them. After lunch, we'll have a 30-minute break. Our HR director is always last in these meetings, so I'm putting him up first. I feel terrible for that. He always ends up last. So we'll start with HR after the break, because again, he always gets the boot towards the end of the meeting. So we'll start with HR. I got my public health director staring at me. We'll go to him after. I don't have city plan. Where is? Oh, there he is. All right. So after the break, we'll start with HR and health, and then go from there. But I've got community development up before we break. So let's roll, Director. All right, we'll start with our guest. Ordinance 580-2024 by Councilmember Harrison and Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance to amend Section 1 of Ordinance Number 671-2023, passed June 5th, 2023, as amended, relating to authorizing the Director of Community Development to provide financial assistance to projects providing housing in the city of Cleveland. Director, hello.
Thank you. I'm here before you, Council, to bring an update on this project and hopefully another amendment. This is something that you all have seen several times. This is the ARPA gap financing. We do have a quick, very, very quick presentation, and then we have guests here that represent one of the projects that will be affected by this, and they will be available for questions. I will hand it over to Bureau Chief Tony Bango to quickly review the slide.
Quickly is the key there.
All right. Thank you very much, Director, and good afternoon to Council. So just as a little reminder, we put out an RFP for about $49 million of funds that was a mixture of ARPA funds, home ARP funding, and some city bond funds in multiple categories to support the development of affordable housing, deeply affordable housing, non-congregate shelters, some market rate housing, and the development of single-family housing. The last amendment to this was done through Ordinance 1254-2023, and that was late 2023 when that was passed. That made a number of changes to the project, and there was amendment in the project that moved some things around. The results of that amendment, we've advanced through the process, reassigned funds as they pertain to the amendment, and funded the Variety Theater project, which was originally listed as green. And the current status of these funds are seen on this chart here. We've got 28 projects in total. 5 of them are currently under construction. We've got 5 more that are currently in closing. We've got 10 more that are in compliance review, and another 8 that are what I call pending. And pending means it's not quite clear whether or not they're going to be able to meet the end of the 2026 deadline to complete construction. I'll get into that a little bit more, but I think at the end of the day, where we currently stand, we have about 20% of the total funds that are in flux, and I suspect that that'll probably be more like 10% as a number of these pending projects are ready to start moving forward with the closing process. What this amendment does, it does kind of 2 things. First is in the single-family category. It takes 2 formerly yellow single-family projects and changes them to green, which gives us the authority to move forward into contracting with those projects. Those are the Oasis Housing Project in Ward 5 and the East 174th and Nottingham Project in Ward 8 being done by Cleveland Neighborhood Progress. And then there wasn't enough yellow projects to completely expend the entire funding pool for that category. So we went to the rejected projects and took the highest scoring project, reevaluated it, and then moved it over to green so that we could proceed with it. Our rationale for doing that is otherwise we would just have money unallocated, and they did apply and they did score high, and the project does look like a good project. It's rebuilding Cleveland East and West, and that's taking place in both Ward 8 and Ward 15. The second thing this does is the last amendment to this ordinance removed the Hitchcock Treatment Center from a green project to a yellow project in home ARP funding. We've funded and is currently under construction the supportive housing center of the Hitchcock Treatment Center. So we've got a project that is half funded and half under construction. This is really a shovel-ready project. It's ready to go. We don't currently have the funding in the pool to be able to fund it, but what this does is it gives us the authority to enter into a contract for this in the event that we wind up defunding other projects because they can't demonstrate that they'll be able to complete construction by our deadline, which is the end of 2026. And so next steps. So right now we've got 8 projects that are currently pending, which means it's possible that they will not close and meet our timing deadline. We've got a meeting. We've been meeting with these projects all of June. I have a summary analysis. At the end of this week, we're going to talk, Director Hernandez and I are going to talk, and we're going to make recommendations on how to move forward. If there is any funding made available, we will first go to other green projects to see if we can fund those green projects. And if we are not able to fund additional green projects, our plan is to work directly with council to figure out how to appropriate those funds to projects. And that is my update.
Okay.
Thank you. So I just wanted to reiterate that this gives us the ability to move projects closer to the rate of development. So when we have shovel-ready projects, our goal is to get units in place as quickly as we can in a responsible way. You see here that there are several wards that are projected to get projects moved, both in the single-family as well as the multifamily spaces. And so we are seeking your approval today. We do have West Finch and the president,
Jason.
President and CEO of the Hitchcock Treatment Center. For those of you who were out at the, I think it was about a week or 2 ago, we had a shovel.
Ribbon cutting.
A ribbon cut. No.
Groundbreaking.
Groundbreaking. Thank you. They're the words. A groundbreaking, and there were. This project has a lot of support. They are not the only projects that are impacted, but they do. They are impacted by this legislation, and they are here to answer any questions on this project. Again, I have to reiterate: the dollars are not currently there. We still have to do our due diligence, and this is in the event that dollars become available from those 8 projects that are in various stages of readiness. That's when the dollars would move to fund this project that is already ready to go. Happy to take any questions today.
Thank you, Director. What questions do I have on 580-2024? Councilman Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to the Director. What was the difference between the green and the yellow again? On our thing here, some are in green, some are in yellow.
Yes, so the difference between green and yellow, through the chairman, is the yellow projects scored lower, and these are all good projects. As you may recall, we had about $47 million that we put out there. We received well over that in requests. And so we, because we were so highly oversubscribed, we had to start with the highest projects and then have a designation for projects as we move down the list. As those projects pan out, this is what happens in development. Not every project gets through right away, especially within our timeframes.
Mr. Chairman, the Director, I only ask because Greater Cleveland Habitat for Humanity is in yellow. And didn't we allocate dollars for them?
Through the chair to the councilperson. We did, but through a separate ordinance.
It was something different. Okay. All right. Sure.
Are you finished, Councilman Casey?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay.
Just on Councilman's point.
I'll just move right to you.
Okay.
So, yep, go ahead.
Simply on Councilman's point, I think technically Habitat should come off this list because their request was funded another way. So that's just for community development's own internal housekeeping. It no longer needs to be on this list.
On that point. Would you like a point on the
Just
point?
on the point of the point.
All right.
Are there any other projects on this list that probably should come off this list that we know either are unrealistic or they've already been funded with a separate pool?
So through the chair to the councilperson. So I'm sure there are. It would take a significant amount of investigating, reaching back out to those projects to figure out what the status is. You know, the yellow projects are just really there. We don't have authority to do anything with them, which is why we come back to the table with these amendments to change them from yellow to green.
Okay.
So.
And then one last thing, if we could get a list, Mr. Chairman, to the Director, of these 28 projects that are actually, I mean, we've got more than 28 here on the list. So if we could actually get a list of those 28 projects that are up and running, correct, and while on their way to completion?
Yes, they're somewhere between going through the compliance process or actually negotiating contracts right now, or 5 of them have shovels on the ground.
Okay, if we could just get just those 28. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilman. Any additional questions on 580, 2020? Councilman Hairston.
Thank you. As I stated before, my comments are the same. I do not support jumping over other projects that are on the waiting list because something else is so-called ready to go, and others are waiting. When we started down this journey, we made it clear that we wanted to support projects in neighborhoods that takes a bit more time for projects to come together. It is easy for projects to come together in certain neighborhoods within 6 months or 12-month period. But there's some neighborhoods that may take 18 months, that may take 24 months to come together completely, right? And so when we set out and we looked at scoring, we wanted to give nods to those projects that, because they are in more tough neighborhoods, that and recognize that it takes a little bit more time for those to be completed, that we don't sit them in a corner and penalize them because they are not ready to go within a 6 months to 12-month period, and then we look past them and support someone else. It has nothing to do with Hitchcock. Let me make that clear. Fully support Hitchcock. I have family and others who have been through the program and service, many people in the neighborhood. So let's take that out of the equation that I'm somehow against Hitchcock and the Finch Group receiving support on this work that they're doing. Fully supportive of the work that's happening. However, my issues are when you have others who are at the finish line or who are missing a few pieces of the puzzle, are not getting the second look as they should, as we set out for them to get during this process. This process will never happen like this again. I can assure you that we will make the decision as the projects are submitted on who we intend to support. This ranking system and this scoring system will never happen again as relates to gap financing. Because there's been issues from the start with projects and proposals that have been submitted in the way they were ranked and chosen. So we won't go back to those issues. We've addressed those along the way. So my concerns are still there. But, I support what is being brought forth today with the understanding that some, like Habitat, will be coming off. There's other projects that won't be moving forward. So I won't create an issue today. However, I wanted to make it clear that, people who were on the waiting list still needs to, be in line in case other funding comes available, and we not sink all additional funding or available funding that comes up into a project or other projects that initially were not approved or at least on the waiting list to receive funding. I disagree through the chair with Mr. Bangle's comments about not having the money now, but maybe if it comes up, if other projects are defunded. Well, I'm sure there's many projects on this list that maybe needs additional funding than what the department chose to award them with, right? There's the ask, there's an award that the department decided to give, and then there's a need, right? So I believe, and I know some of these personally, that very much could use more funding for their project than the department has decided to give them for whatever reason, right? It has all been solely based on what the discretion of the department, what they feel is the appropriate level of support to support these projects. So with that being said, Mr. Chair, again, I'm just logging my concerns with, folks who have been on the list waiting for support, and they now may not have the opportunity to receive support, down the road should their project still need the funding and if additional funding comes available. Again, take Hitchcock out of this. This is not about Hitchcock. This is about and this is the principle of this, right? And the whole process and how this has happened. Fully support, Mr. Chair. Yes, they are ready to go. So again, not ribbon cutting, the groundbreaking happened. Glad that was able to happen, and happy to see that they, potentially could receive support from the fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate that. Alrighty, hearing no further questions, 580-2024 stands approved. Please sign. Again, sign all of your committees. All right, Director, I got one more for you, and then we'll break. 613-2024 by Councilmembers Hairston and Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Community Development and the Commissioner of Purchases and Supplies to enter into one or more agreements with Land Assembly for the neighborhood development or its designee, providing for the option to purchase the sale of city-owned property and to enter into one or more agreements with STA Realty, Inc. and Land Assembly for neighborhood development or their successors, and assigns providing for the purchase of certain real properties located primarily in the Upper Chester area of the Huff neighborhood. Director.
Thank you so much. I am going to pass this over to James Green, who is our assets coordinator. And James, if you can talk about where this came from and what we're looking to do here briefly. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. This, I hope you can hear me okay. So this ordinance is a request by the department to acquire 9 parcels from Cleveland Neighborhood Progress, their subsidiary, New Village Corporation, whose subsidiaries are Land Development, Redevelopment, and STA Realty. So we would do that by acquiring those 9 parcels and then conveying 17 parcels from the city of Cleveland and enter into an option agreement for those parcels. So normally we would not be here for land bank properties, as you've heard me say in the past, but there are 2 pieces here that require us to come before this committee. One is that one of the parcels is a City of Cleveland parcel and not in the land bank. And 2, we are requesting to enter into an option agreement with Neighborhood Progress and convey the parcels at a later date. So we worked extensively with Neighborhood Progress over parcels that we wanted to convey to them. and included the 9 parcels that were taken in. And originally, really, there are 10 parcels that are part of this agreement. But again, we worked with Neighborhood Progress early on prior to this legislation to get them to convey a parcel to Gordon Crossing Land Company for that low-income housing tax credit project. Again, the 17 parcels that we would convey to the to Neighborhood Progress on the bottom. Since this ordinance was written, late yesterday, there was some additional discussion about swapping out a parcel in this ordinance. So I've done another sheet here to illustrate that change. There was a discussion and an agreed upon parcel. The one parcel that would be taken out of the land bank pool to go to Neighborhood Progress is on Marcella Avenue in Collinwood and would be replaced by a parcel in Jefferson on West 127th Street. So to orient us to this, this map, again, was an early on map from Neighborhood Progress identifying the parcels that they are conveying to us in the Upper Chester neighborhood. There are 9 parcels in this map, but again, the really tiny parcel to the right at the lower portion of the screen has already been conveyed over to Gordon Land Company. And there was a parcel that was missing on here, so I did an additional map to show where that is, and that's on the corner of Vansel and Lamont, the large orange parcel. And the smaller purple parcel is the parcel that has already transferred. So this was part of a 10-parcel deal. The parcels that the city would hold for conveyance to Neighborhood Progress, 4 of them are in Jefferson. There originally were 3, which were the ones highlighted in green. We added yesterday, excuse me, the parcel in yellow on East 127th Street. So those 4 parcels in Jefferson would be held for conveyance to CMP. And then there would be 13 parcels in North Collinwood. The red parcel is a City of Cleveland parcel. All of the purple parcels are in the land bank. And then the one green parcel on Marcella Avenue is the parcel that's being removed from the original list that's in this legislation. With the purpose again for this transfer is the city and Neighborhood Progress envision single-family housing development and townhome development in middle neighborhoods. The parcels that the city would convey following the approval of this legislation, the city would receive those parcels from Cleveland Neighborhood Progress. But the 17 parcels we would hold in a 5-year option agreement. If after 5 years there is no development that occurs, the city would retain ownership of those parcels. Again, if there is another development that comes along, in the meantime, Neighborhood Progress would not stand in the way of development on those parcels by another developer that the city approves. And pretty much that's it. So.
Okay, thank you. And the changes of parcels, is that reflected in the ordinance or do we need amendments?
You're going to need an amendment, I think.
It is reflected in the ordinance, but there's an amendment that would be done to Section 1 and Section 2 of the ordinance to remove parcel 113-07035.
Okay.
And to add 02127.
So do I have a member who would like to make the motion?
I'll make the motion.
Councilor Polensek.
Mr. Chairman, I would amend the piece to remove permanent parcel number 113-07-035, which is at 106 Marcella, Marcella, and to substitute that with permanent parcel 021-27-143 at 3356 West 127th Street in, I believe that's Ward 16.
Okay, does our assistant law director have that?
One more time. I
Do we
have it written down.
We have
here.
it
I will
right.
get it to you.
All right. Okay. Does that satisfy the amount? Okay. I've got a motion to amend the parcel. Do I have a second? Second. Any discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes. Yes.
Gray. Harrison.
Yes.
Harsh.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Jones. Casey.
No.
Kelly.
Yes.
Moore.
Yes.
McCormick.
Yes.
Valencia.
Yes.
Santana. Sly.
Yes.
Spencer.
Yes.
You guys just gave me that parcel in my ward and didn't even ask me.
Star.
When I see that.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries. Opening up 6/13/2024 to general discussion. General discussion. Councilman Casey.
Mr. Chairman, to the directors, 5 years is a long time. And we already have these vacant parcels in the wards. And who came up with the idea of 5 years? That's still a long time. And then I believe if a developer comes in and wants these parcels and we're giving them to Neighborhood Progress, Inc., we're not selling these parcels currently to Neighborhood Progress, Inc., are we, or are we just giving them to them?
Through the chair, this is a swap, so we are getting land and they are getting land. So some of the land that they have, it's about an equal swap
Okay.
that we're doing.
And then if a developer comes in and decides they want to do this, and Neighborhood Progress, Inc., we've swapped this land, are they going to sell that land to the developer and make a profit on it?
Through the chair to the councilman, no. The city will retain ownership of the land, so Neighborhood Progress wouldn't actually receive the land. That's what the option agreement is for. So we made a 5-year option agreement without a renewal. So if there is no development in that 5 years, then the city retains full ownership completely. But again, if another developer comes along that's not Neighborhood Progress, and the city supports that development, Neighborhood Progress would not stand in the way, due to the option agreement, would not stand in the way of the other developer developing that property.
And then, Mr. Chairman, to the director, one of my concerns on this is West 130th is a street with some very large homes, right? And a lot of well-maintained doubles on there. And I have not yet seen a house that Neighborhood Progress, Inc. would develop or would build, but matching a house on that street, right, is not going to be, one, easy, or two, inexpensive. And then what we're going to have are homes being sold for $400,000, and that's just not going to cut it. You know, we had one home, the first home built in about 20 years in Ward 16, sold for almost $400,000, and the neighborhood just went absolutely ballistic on me because that's not what the neighborhood is looking for. That's perfect for other neighborhoods in the city, but not right there. And I'm very disappointed that I just got the phone call late yesterday about this project. I would have loved, and I've got 5 land bank lots sitting here now, and one I just learned about this morning that the council just gave away, right? And that's not the way to do business, especially when you're coming to stabilize neighborhoods. I'm not saying that we don't want the project. I'm not saying that it's not going to be good, but keeping us out of the loop or informing us. I had to hear from another council members' EA this morning about swapping that out on 127th. Then I checked my email, and I got a phone call late last night regarding it. It's not a way to do business, and I'm not happy about it. Thank you.
Okay. Did you want to respond to that, to the councilman?
Yes, and I just wanted to say that, this is us working with a nonprofit organization that the city and city council has partnered with for a lot of the middle neighborhood work. I know we were just out at not a groundbreaking, but a demo day for middle neighborhoods. This is the work that they are really doubling down on. This is for us to have options. Because we are working with partners, I feel confident that we'll be able to make sure that whatever project, or if there's a project that comes through, we will be able to shape what that looks like. We are not giving, we're not writing a blank check on what can be done with these parcels. These are in accordance with what our collective vision is for the neighborhood. And I would argue that seeing a $400,000 house in a middle neighborhood is probably also not what I don't want to speak for the external organization, but just doesn't seem to be within their mission and what they're trying to accomplish. So I think with these partners, I feel confident and safe that we'll be able to, whatever comes out on this land. But this is an area in a middle neighborhood on key corridors where we can start to have that conversation. This actually gives us more control rather than less.
Well, Mr. Chairman, to the director, you said it right. This is you working with an outside agency, right? And what you've done is you cut the council out, right? And when you're starting to do things in individuals' wards, right, you're not the one, no one's calling you, right? No one's calling you. No one's calling Neighborhood Progress, Inc. They're calling us, right? When you're looking at aesthetically changing a street like 130th, which probably should be a historic neighborhood, there's a lot of community input. Those are a lot of homeowners over there, right? We should have at least been able to keep them in the loop, or myself. I don't know if I'm the only one that was excluded in this, or if other council members were brought along, but I felt that I wasn't, and I don't appreciate that, for me to sit here and have to vote, especially learning just literally a couple of hours ago about one of the lots that I have not had an opportunity to speak with my Community Development Corporation on whether there's plans for these lots. I haven't had an opportunity to speak with neighbors regarding if they want side lots. I haven't had an opportunity to do anything. So for this to get dropped on us, and I understand I got a call, late yesterday and was, updated by another council member's executive assistant this morning. That's not a way to do business.
Understood.
And I'm just letting you know that going forward, I don't appreciate it.
What do you want? Do you want to hold this piece, or do you want to do with it?
I don't want to hold up progress, but.
Well, I'm going to lean on Councilman Casey on this one. What you want to do with this?
Or he.
One second. Councilman Casey.
How many, Mr. Chairman, to the director, how many total parcels are we talking about?
17 total parcels.
So a third of them are in my ward. I don't want to hold up progress across the city.
Any additional questions on 6/13/2024?
Chair.
Councilman Hairston.
Maybe as an option, the councilman is concerned, or just remove the parcels from his ward. I don't know if that's an option.
You can remove that one parcel and transfer. I would.
Yeah, I'm going to move forward with it, given Councilman Casey's response.
That's fine. I was just, sharing.
Yeah, no, it's a good thought, but
my thoughts. As a question to the chair, these parcels that we are acquiring from CMP. Am I understanding that there was some other issues surrounding these parcels? There was several agreements on these parcels from other folks. Can you briefly explain to us, Director, what occurred with that?
Sure. About a year and some change ago, there was an error in where 2 parcels were promised to two different entities. That this impacted CMP and other developments that were happening in the area. And so this was our attempt to remediate that so that the project that Sheila Wright was working on could continue to move forward, as there were other dollars that were included in it. It made whole West Finch and their organization in that agreement. And then the third part of it was there was an additional agreement with West Finch and CMP. This is our ability to make all of that work together. I think we ended up in a position where we're happy with this outcome. This is the last of that piece to help to swap so that we can move our collective agendas forward.
Gotcha. Okay. So, all right. So this is part of all of that.
This is a part of a negotiation from that's been taking place over at least the last year.
Got it. And did the city of Cleveland had to financially compensate anybody for the issues around the parcels that were promised to multiple individuals?
Through the chair, yes, we did.
Who and what did we compensate?
Do you remember the amount? To think about what the amount was. It was paid out of the law director's funds for avoiding litigation. I don't have that on the top of my head. Do you have that number?
No, I don't.
I can, okay. I can get that number.
Okay. Yeah, I'm interested to know what we had to come out of city funds to pay for a mix-up that the Department of Community Development made in promising land to multiple individuals. And whether did that occur under your leadership, or did it occur under the previous leadership of Director Maness?
Through the chair. This occurred through mine towards the beginning of my being here, prior to us having a manager for land bank.
So there was no director in place when this occurred?
So there was no manager. There was that period of time where there was not a land bank manager for over
Who was the
a year
director
and a
at that
half.
time? Who was
I was the director.
When the promise was made?
Yes.
Okay.
And these are systems, obviously land bank has been a sore subject and something that the department has been working on and has made major strides in the last year and a half to fix these issues. One of the ways that we are doing that is through our online system. Other ways are working with IT to make sure that we have a good system in place and that the department and that program has the resources that are necessary, both in staff as well as in technology, so that human errors don't happen in the future.
Thank you. All right, get that number to us. I'm interested to see what we are paying out to avoid litigation on the mistake that we made.
That's right.
Knowing that when we make mistakes and we put residents through claims process and all these other loopholes for them to receive compensation for a mistake that the city has made. In fact, we have one in our ward now where we are running residents through the ringer for a mistake that we absolutely shouldn't have made. And now to hear that we are paying out, we're compensating folks for mistakes that a department has made without them going through the same process, that what it seems like to me, is a bit concerning. So I'll wait to get that number and what occurred in that process. Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Councilman. Any additional questions on 6/13/2024? Hearing none, 6/13/2024 as amended stands approved. Please sign. Okay, we will regroup at 2:10 sharp. Thank you.
1:40. Great job, Councilman.
Thank you.
tonight, if possible.
You need a motion?
I made a motion.
Oh,